boys and girls, good morning, how we doing? Welcome in. Oh, it's Monday. Why has my game crashed? Oh, don't do this to me, game. Not like this. Oh no, hang on. It's thinking about it. We're good. This week's going to be a bit of a busy week. Oh my days, it's a busy week. My plans to lay out some thoughts, to verbalise some stuff that's been going on in my brain. Today is still Starfield Day. I've been having mixed emotions about this game in terms of the fact that I have the inclination that it is going to get better, but that is only based upon a hunch. This is not, this is not to say that I'm not having fun with the game. It's just not what I expected. I was expecting to have a far more gripping main story campaign. Truth be told, I'm finding it very hard to gel with any of the characters, and the storyline seems to be a touch repetitive. I'm assuming that it's going to broaden out a little bit as it goes on, but this is ultimately going to take time to work through it. What I want to do today, though, is I want to start stretching our legs a little bit, and I want to start looking a little bit further afield, maybe not focusing on the main storyline, especially since the main storyline's getting a little bit spoilerific now. And I don't particularly want it to get too spoilerific for if there's people out there that want to actually actively play the game when it officially comes out, which I think is Wednesday. I mean, it is officially out. It's officially out, right? But you had to pay a premium to play it now, which, in hindsight, might have been a very, very smart thing for them to do, because they've extracted an extra 30 or so dollars out of everybody who, if with hindsight, may not necessarily have paid that premium. But hey, business is business, right? I want to do some exploring of planets. I want to start finding some resources, and I want to start putting down some outposts and seeing what we can do there. Now, this might cause a little bit of frustration for me, and this might be slow and steady because I've not looked into any of this, and I'm clearly going to be missing lots of things and have no idea where to get the things I'm missing. But we will see. We will venture forth. We will get some coffee in us. Coffee is cooking. We'll get some coffee in us, and then we'll see what goes. Later on in the week is obviously 10.17. At least on Wednesday, maybe tomorrow, we'll dip into some World of Warcraft. Wednesday, 10.17. Obviously, that is going to give us some stuff to do Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, most of the week, I suspect. So next couple of days, probably continue on with some Starfield, chip away at this. It's been fun. In the background, I'm kind of also passively working on some videos for Warcraft Rumble. I've got a bit... I'm clearly trying to do too much. I already know that I'm trying to squeeze too much in, but this is how I do things. I work hard and 18 hours a day until I can no longer do that, and then I crash, and then I take a week off, which is not the most sensible way of doing things. If I could build some routine and I could build some pacing into my life, I would fix a lot of problems. But let's get going. Let's get this in order. Let's get some okay, let's get that out the way. Let's get that up and running. I've also got a cool little side project that I'm working on.
Hello.
I'm working on setting up a stream assistant. It will make more sense in the future. Every good team consists of two, and I'm working on something that, if I can get it working the way I want it to work, could be quite cool. But there's some technical limitations I haven't figured out yet, so we will see. Jack, how we doing? Welcome in. Work hard. Why is the TV off? Electricity is expensive nowadays. running my graphics card and CPU at 100% is expensive. Money's tight. Right. Right, that's all set up. We should be good to go. Is my coffee ready? I'm in dire need of coffee. Oh, this probably brings me to the point of that I do actually want to take a little bit of a look at the WoW economy report at some point today. Let me get that up and running. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. What? What? No pirates? Mike Ybarra responds to the pirate expansion speculation. It comes from the top. Responded to a tweet about the next WoW expansion with no pirates. With the recent announcement of the Seafarers pack, many players had speculated that the next expansion will be pirate-themed. This comes after the Dragon pack was announced a couple of months before Dragonflight expansion was announced. However, Blizzard president Mike Ybarra responded to a tweet containing feedback on a possible pirate expansion with 2 words: no pirates. Oh. This is this is Wowhead making the entire article out of literally 2 words. I guess that's what news outlets will do, right? Right, coffee. The TV might not be on, but we could do with a little bit more light in there. Why is there a gathering of like 75 people outside my house? Oh. Some kids are going on a field trip or something. Gotta get those clicks. I mean, it worked. I clicked. All right, no pirates, sure. Yeah, what I was going to look at is the where's it? I've not looked at this Secrets of Azeroth thing. Has anybody paid attention to the Secrets of Azeroth, by the way? Kahani, I know you've probably completed it 4 times already. I should probably pay some attention to that. Exploring space got in the way. Okay, should we have a little look at this while I absorb some coffee? I'm up to speed with the secrets. Yes, I knew you would. I knew you would. Maybe we'll have a little look at that on Wednesday. What do we got here then? What do we got here? I usually save this till later, but I want to just have a little bit of a look at this for my own benefit, really, more than anything else. Let's put some tunes on in the background whilst we're looking through this. Just something quiet in the background. Right. Gold opportunities with 10.17 around the corner. 10.2 announcement very soon and the token price soaring. Many players are looking ahead at the gold-making landscape, wondering what's next. This is from Pumba. Okay. I cannot for the life of me figure out the direction that Blizzard are going in terms of inserting gold into the economy. They're trying not to. That's the direction that I think they're going. I think they're they're tightening the purse strings really strong. They're really deliberately, I think the direction they're going in, and I foresaw this way before Dragonflight even launched. I have the suspicion that they are really trying to tighten people's ability to make easy gold in the game. Simply because the less gold that people can make, it will take time for the adverse effect of that to kick in. But the less that people can make gold easily in the game, the more incentive they have to buy tokens. From a business perspective, it's really fucking obvious. Especially considering that their entire business model seems to be squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Let's take the players that are dedicated to this game. Let's take the players that are willing to play this game 12 months a year. Let's take the people that are heavily invested in this game and just keep squeezing until they pop. And shrinking the amount of easily accessible gold in the game is, I think, part of that overall direction. Now, what ends up happening is that the effects of that take 6 months, 12 months to kick in, right? Because people have supplies. People have, you see this all the more frequently, that people are like, oh, I made X amount of gold in Y expansion, and I've been living off that ever since. And it's not until that, that pile, that nest egg dries up, that people then start thinking, okay, right, well, what do I do to, can I replicate this again? And they find out that there's no mission tables, there's no callings, there's very, very limited amount of raw gold via questing, or easily accessible. I saw people even going as far back as suggesting people go back into Shadowlands and do their anima weeklies, because you can get like 1,600 gold per character per week by doing that. And obviously now level 70s can pretty much just nuke world bosses in Shadowlands. It's crazy. It's crazy the extents people go to. But yeah, after reading one line, that's my take on it. Raw gold farms seem like a tenth of what they were in Shadowlands, considering we had the mission tables, callings, gold for world quests, just general raw gold from quests and mobs. They have nuked the raw gold to some degrees. The other issue is that bots are still making just as much of it, if not more of it, than they ever were, which is problematic. In real world economics, this is called quantitative tightening, where more people have less gold coming in and the rich goblins are sitting on a lot of money. It's the poor people in the game that are like the millennials and the zoomers, where the rich goblins are like the boomers holding on to the majority of the wealth. Pretty solid comparison there. Boomers tend not to spend much money back into the economy, whereas the younger people tend to spend more money in the economy. I'm all for that last thing. That we want is stagnation, and to be honest, it feels like a big reset is coming in both the real world and the WoW economy. The emphasis here is that the big money bag goblins, the people that have got 10, 15, 20, 25, 50, 100 million gold just sat about on their account, the claim here is that they're not putting money back into the economy. Now, the fact that they've amassed that amount in the first place is a good indication of that. But what they then do spend that gold on is they are the people that will trade that gold for tokens almost regardless of the price. The EU token is like 400k right now. And with a 400k token, every time one of these wealthy goblins buys a token with their gold, that is transferring 400,000 gold to somebody that didn't have that gold before, of which they will then go and spend it on potions, flasks, transmogs. It's actually almost the other way around. This is the problem, right? It's almost the other way around. World of Warcraft has an economy where a lot of the gold floats back up to the top, because it's the people that have lots and lots and lots of gold that are predominantly dominating the auction house and selling everything to everybody else. And they're just, taking a cut off, right? You're forgetting the black market auction house. Well, the black market auction house deletes huge amounts of gold out the game, but even the people that have tens of millions of gold, yeah, they spend in the black market auction house, but I doubt that that's there. They might buy a mount occasionally. You don't have 100 million gold if you spend 10 million gold a month on the black market auction house. It's just not how it works. So yes, any expenditure from the black market auction house does just disappear, gone, poof. But that's not where I think the lion's share of the wealth ends up going. It's the people that buy tokens. If you've got 100 million gold and you go and you buy 10 tokens, that's in the EU 4 million gold. That 4 million gold is being filtered out to 10 players that had so little gold they felt the inclination to use their credit card to get some. If you're buying your gold via the token in quantities of like 300-400 gold, depending on NA or EU tokens, right? You're also probably spending that gold in a way that gives most of it straight back to the people that you got it from in the first place. You're most likely then buying that gold because you want to buy potions, flasks, materials off the auction house. Your spending habits are that you spend without thinking, and so hence why you probably don't have much gold in the game. There are some vast generalizations here for sure, but ultimately any gold that is then spent in the auction house after somebody spends $20 off their credit card is going straight back to the people that they in essence bought it from in the first place, with the auction house taking obviously its 5%. This makes a mini circular economy at the bottom, where the people that have not a lot of gold, they buy some gold, they get a bunch of it, but the things that they're usually buying and spending it on is probably not, unless they go out and they buy tokens in turns to be able to like buy there isn't a long boy anymore, but like some of the big vendor mounts or something. But I tend to think it's almost the opposite to this. I genuinely feel it's almost the opposite of this. And what Blizzard's prerogative is to make the rotation of gold at the bottom, at the bottom of the pyramid, of the wealth pyramid. They want the gold to be moving as fast as possible at the bottom of the pyramid. They want the people to feel the inclination to buy gold frequently, and then they want those same people to spend the gold quickly on the region-wide auction house, so that they then end up having no gold again, with the inclination to take another $20 off their credit card. So, welcome in, Gold Queen. Good to see you. Welcome in. Good morning. Had this convo with the Sun IRL this weekend. If you spend the money, you no longer have the money. Yeah, exactly. That's it. If you spend it, it's gone. But either way, the TLDR to all of this is that Blizzard has made it so that there's not particularly many ways for people to go out and get their own gold, right? So that there's the raw gold farming, the mission tables, the callings, the grinding dungeons, dare I say it, like the ways for people, for the game to give them gold are limited nowadays. And so what ends up happening is that there is more and more and more and more and more of an incentive for people to take their credit card out and swipe, because they can get a big influx of gold very quickly, very easily. And that gold is being provided by the people that over the years have amassed great quantities of it and will happily trade 300, 400,000 of their massive pile for 13 euros, $13, whatever it is, of real world currency, so that they can go out and buy Diablo 4 for free with Blizzard Balance, and so that they can buy the latest store trash, quote unquote, for free. And Blizzard is just taking full advantage of that situation, because the reality is there's not much they can do about it. We've spoke about this before on how Blizzard has a bit of a problem on their hands, that there are a good handful of people who have disgusting amounts of gold, right? There's a very small number of people that have a massive percentage of the overall gold in the game. What Blizzard needs to realistically do is figure out a way for them to lower their quantity of gold without gaining more of it. Because all the big goblins do, and this is why big goblins tend to have a bit of a negative reputation, is all they do is they suck up all of the hard work that other players have done and then sit on it. It's a problem. Store trash, terrible way to refer to Jack. Hey, he doesn't mind, he knows it. He enjoys it. So much gold exits the economy through redundant gear upgrades, especially when the patch hype starts and everybody's on the grind. I literally can't find reasons to play much, and I see a lot of YouTubers focusing on gold making have gone to other games. Oops. That might be me. Money is called currency because it's like a current. It's got to flow. Very true. Very true. If it just sits in one place, its purpose is non-existent. It's got to move. It's got to move. It's got to go from A to B and then back to A again. Welcome in, Derp. Am I lost? Am I the only one who is thinking about this, about the WoW economy? Has anyone experienced a decline for gold making opportunities? Let's make a conversation about it. What does our man Sam have to say about this then? It's an interesting take with many assumptions that might not necessarily reflect what's going on within the game and goal making as a whole. We're in a transition time where a lot of the quote-unquote old school methods of goal making are actively suppressed through changes in the systems. Vendor sale values have been actively reduced, thus reducing raw gold value of running owned raids and dungeons. The flip side of this is that the items are cheaper to list on the auction house because the vendor price dictates their deposit cost. If you can find a silver lining, I suppose. Mission tables have been removed in Dragonflight for the first time since Warlords of Draenor, where mission tables could be a source of gold for alt armies. This has been replaced by some degree with dragon riding races, reasonable value world quest missions, and bonuses to Dungeon Finder for needed classes. Well, the issue here is that the second two of those were kind of already in the game. We already had the occasional juicy world quest mission that if you really wanted to, you could harvest them on multiple alts. And we already had the dungeon bonuses in terms of like the flipping plus stat things. I can't remember what they're called. And also obviously just a big stack of cash in your bag if you happen to be a tank or a healer. Rest in peace, DPS classes though. Dragon Races is the only thing that's turned up that is even semi-consistent as a source of gold. Yet when you do the maths on it, it's pretty violently worse. You had a calling available to you every single day in Shadowlands. So if you went out and you did 3 world quests, you could get your calling box, and within that box there was on average 1,500 gold. And you could get that daily. You could get that every single day on every single character. So quick maths there. 7 times 1,500. You had 10k a week. 10k a week per character if you did nothing but your world quests. Now obviously 10k a week is not going to get anybody rich anytime soon, but you multiply that by a few alts. If you multiply that by just 4 alts, that's 42,000 gold a week. You multiply that by 4, you're up to 168,000 gold in a month. Now, this doesn't really apply so much to Team EU, unfortunately, but in Team NA, that was consistently enough to play the game for free. So if you ran 4 of your if you did the world quests on 4 of your alts and kept up with your callings, and did fundamentally nothing else, you'd generate enough raw gold across the period of a month to basically be able to play the game for free. That was kind of like your, how do we look at it? That was kind of your foundation, your entry level point. This doesn't require the input from anybody else. This is 168,000 gold that Blizzard, that the game of World of Warcraft would just give somebody, right? Brand new gold being entering the game as well, should be noted here. directly adding to inflation. If you try to replicate the same in Dragonflight, you have a substantial problem on your hands. So there is, how many? There is 4 world quests in the regular zones. You have, I'm talking dragon races here. There is 1 on the Forbidden Reach, and there is 1 in the Zaralek Caverns. So there's 6 races. Each race gives you 500 gold. So there's 6 races, which is 3,000 gold. Is there 2 in the caverns? Let's say there's 2 in the caverns then. So that's 3,500 gold. But your world quests reset twice, right? They reset twice a week. So you can multiply that by 2. So you're looking at 7,000 raw gold by doing your dragon races instead. This is kind of like your equivalent, which is already less than the 10,500 that you would have acquired by doing your callings. Now, let's not also forget that the callings you could often wombo combo by the 3 world quests you had to do for your callings box. You could pick ones that would also give you gold on top of that. So the 10,500 was like your bare minimum. You would often make more than that per character if you were able to cherry pick the right world quests at the right time. Or do a world quest that would give you something that would add value that you could maybe use or sell later. Dragon races, this is what you get. You complete the dragon race, you get your purse, and in that purse is give or take 500 gold, which on 1 character per week amasses to 7,000 gold. So we're already at least 3,000 gold in the hole if we're doing a direct comparison here. But there's also one bigger problem. In Dragonflight, the cost of living, e.g. the token price, is substantially more, right? Substantially more. So if you were doing this on 4 characters again, so this is your weekly for 1 character, that's your weekly for 4 characters, and then multiply that again by 4, you're only making 112,000 gold. Now, that doesn't even get you halfway to a token on Team NA anymore. It doesn't even get you in the door for a token on Team EU. So to look at dragon races as a comparable to even callings from the past expansion, not even close. Not even close. In fact, it's a distinctive nerf to the amount of gold that a single character is able to make. If you try and, if you're to say that dragon riding is in replacement of being able to do callings, there's a little bit of an argument to be said for the amount of time that it might take you to do these. Going round and doing the dragon riding races is probably not going to take you too long. But at the very same time, if you saved up your callings until you had 3 of them and then went out and banged out all 3, often a lot of them would overlap, meaning that there was even some days where you would never have to leave more than 1 zone to get all 3 of your callings done, and you could bang them out in 10 minutes. So like there was some days where it would take you longer, and there was some days where it could be done very quick. So it probably averages out about the same amount of physical time spent doing it. But dragon riding races are a mathematical nerf in relation to what we had previously, even with callings. Not to mention, like I said, that's not even taking into consideration the fact that the token is now borderline double the price. 300, as good as 400k for a token in the EU. Ultimately meaning that if you're only making 112,000 gold by doing dragon races on 4 characters, you're looking at needing 10 plus characters You got to be doing your dragon races on 10 plus characters consistently to generate enough gold to even buy a token. Now, the amount of time that that's going to take doing 7 races twice a week, so 14 races per character times 10, that's like 140 dragon races a week. That's a long time. 140 dragon races a week. Let's go by the assumption it takes you 5 minutes per race, due to the fact that you've got to get to the race, you've got to do the race. Let's say it takes you 5 minutes. Let's just say it takes you 4 minutes. Let's say you're really fast. 560 potential minutes. So nearly 10 hours. Nearly 10 hours of dragon races per week. So it's just not fun, right? Not to mention, it's aggressively repetitive. Like, can you imagine just doing 10 hours of dragon races every week? Not to mention, you need the characters to do it in the first place. Oof. This is the example, right? Dragon races is just not even comparable to what we had previously. Which means you would hope that Blizzard would provide, well, something else. That's something like, okay, you don't want to do 10 hours of dragon races every week. Well, what are your other options? There isn't any. They took out the mission table. Even herbalism in mining is a skill-based profession nowadays. Or should I say it's a time-gated skill-based profession. If you just decide you need some gold and want to pick up your herbalist and miner and go out there, you are going to get pennies for your time unless you have a fully maxed herbalist and miner, which is going to have taken many weeks of effort to get in the first place, and you know the absolute optimum routes, and you're willing to compete against bots on price. Ouch. It's not good. It's not good. And the problem is I don't know what to suggest to people. There isn't a fix for this. This is what's difficult for somebody in my position, and hence why a lot of these things, a lot of why you see a lot less gold makers about now, or the ones that do, or who are still about. I mean, a good amount of people have switched over to Classic and don't even touch retail anymore. A lot of people have just said, you know what? No, this is ridiculous. I would love to be able to offer a solution, but there isn't. And there isn't a solution by design. This is why it's difficult. The region-wide auction house has increased the competition for commodities and removed niches on particular servers. The flip side of this is that the raw materials are much cheaper and more accessible to the wider player base, with the interesting caveat of that most players don't need raw materials anymore. This is the silly thing. The region-wide auction house would have had a far greater impact if it was in Shadowlands. In Shadowlands, I was consistently buying tens of thousands of any given material. Consistently. I was consistently buying heavy callous hide by the 1,000. I was consistently buying the 4 specific zone ores by the tens of thousands to make Shadowgast ingots. I was consistently buying lightless silk in the tens of thousands. There is no material in the game right now to where I ever need to realistically buy more than 1,000 of it. Because it's just not viable via crafting to do things at such a scale anymore. There was periods in Shadowlands where I had probably 20 million gold worth of materials in a guild bank just to last me 10 days of crafting. Because you could scale things so effectively and you could scale things because there was a demand for it. But now I don't need to buy materials, and nor does anybody else. And so, surprise, surprise, they've stacked up really high, and they're really cheap. While it is certain that the trend here is to make easy raw gold, such as vendor trash from alt armies and mission tables, less viable, it is clear that the focus has been to make the game more accessible and convenient for the wider player base. There's also vendor shuffles, right? Vendor shuffles used to take huge, vast quantities of materials out of the game. How many times did you see people buying tens, hundreds of thousands of materials just to AFK craft them into something to sell to a vendor? That was taking ungodly amounts of materials out of the economy every day. Now, those materials came from somewhere, right? The problem is now in Dragonflight, those same materials are just sitting there. Want to buy a rewind? The new profession system in Dragonflight introduced great new complexity and interest towards professions. However, in order to maximize making gold, players need to fully engage with the system and work orders in a way that many were simply not willing or inclined to do. It requires a large investment in time to get good at a particular profession and an equally large investment of time to market and sell your wares. Ultimately, these time investments tend to exclude the casual goal maker. Yep. Nail on the head there. Hit the absolute nail on the head. If you've got to dedicate huge swaths of time before you can achieve anything, there's a great vast number of people that will not see value in even starting. If you feasibly need to invest 10 hours of time and you need to have invested 2 hours of time every week for the past 7 weeks before you even get to a position where you can make something profitably, and then when you can make something profitably, the margins on those items are so slim. We saw this again with legendaries. But the difference with legendaries was at least there was a carrot on the stick, right? People understood that there was an ungodly progression path with legendaries. You needed vast quantities of materials to get going. You had to level up your slots, in most cases, first. And in many cases, the first 5, 10, 15 items you would craft, you would basically have to put them in the bin. But at least the carrot on the stick was that the items at the top of the tree were consistently well managed so that they were profitable. There was the obvious issue of that you then had to cancel scan like your life depended on it to sell those items. But when you did sell them, there was often gold to be made. So there was a progression system and an actual carrot on the end of the stick. In Dragonflight, there's a big, long stick, and there isn't a carrot on the end of it. There was short term. There was for the first patch. But the downside is, and I kind of foresaw this very early as well, was that the crafting system would start being really good, and then it would drop off a cliff. And we're in that position right now where it's kind of fell off the cliff and it's incredibly difficult to recover from that. because we've seen the exact same thing happen. Let's not be too silly here. Let's not assume that Blizzard actually made any of this themselves. The entire profession system in Dragonflight was a copy paste from various other games. So we've got historical data to look at when it comes to like New World is basically what the system they copied, for all intensive purposes. You could see there, though, that it very, very, very quickly evolved into a situation where nothing but the top quality was valuable in any way, shape, or form. Nobody wanted to buy anything but the top quality items. On top of that, the people who could make the top quality items now could make them so efficiently that the profit in those was zip, nada, absolutely nothing. Top quality items was too easy to get. I kind of agree with that. I think that the system would have worked a lot more effectively if they had far more aggressively limited the ability to make top quality stuff. But this boils down to something that I've said a few times. It boils down to the fact that I still believe that the one major issue with the entire crafting system is inspiration. Inspiration was too powerful. So much so that it almost shouldn't exist. Inspiration is a cool concept, but an inspiration should have never really been more than like a 1 or 2% chance. Inspiration was way too powerful. Having 40% chance to make something inspired, and then having the bonus that you gain from being inspired, being basically doubling your skill, ultimately led to very, very, very quickly people could make top quality stuff. And it nuked the entire system really fast. Do 5 dungeons, max item level item. Yeah. Yeah, inspiration for me is the one aspect of the crafting system that was massively undertuned in terms of the fact that it was overpowered as all hell. And is kind of nuked the rest of the system. Because inspiration is so powerful, artisan's metal doesn't mean shit. Everybody's got a bajillion artisan's metal. Nobody's got any issues with running out of artisan's metal. Almost ever. Because people have so much artisan's metal, because they rely so heavily on inspiration, it means they are even more willing to re-roll crafts that didn't inspire using 100% their own materials, which nukes the profit margin even further, and yet goes to fuel there being this mentality of 5-star, 3-star is all that is feasible. People got so spoiled that they don't even want to pay money for the max quality items now. Yeah. It should have been, if they had made it, right, they could have made it, considering the item level difference a quality 4 to quality 5 actually is like 3 item levels. It's borderline nothing, right? What they should have done is they should have made it so that the system we have now, where you can quite easily get the best quality, needs to be shifted down 1. So it should be that quality 4 gear was the most viably achievable thing for people to get. If you wanted quality 5, it should have been like a 1 or a 2% chance to get it. Meaning that you'd have to be fucking mental to try and push for quality 5 everything. Now, the difficulty with that is is that you would then look at it and you'd be like, well, what's the point in bothering when I can just go run Mythic Plus and get the same item level stuff? This is where quality 5 crafting should be, one, aggressively difficult to get, like 1 or 2% chance upon crafting an item for it to be quality 5. It should be super difficult to get top quality, and it should be the best gear in the game. Quality 5 mythic crafted gear should be the best gear in the game, because it should be so unachievably hard to get that it doesn't impact the game in general. That would have meant that people would have used materials far more aggressively to try, if they want to do the min-max thing, they can. But they would, in essence, to get from quality 4 to quality 5, they would, in essence, have to spend like 50 times the amount of materials and artisan's metal and gold, just repeatedly smashing their face to try and get that quality 5. And even then, it would give you 3 item levels. If people really wanted it, they should be able to go and do it, but it shouldn't make a big difference even if they do it. But the adverse would be that it would drive huge demand for the recraft materials, and it would drive a huge demand for artisan's metal, and it would, yeah, it would cause the, oh my god, it costs so much to get max quality, please fix it. It absolutely would. It absolutely would. But if quality 4 crafted gear was the same as mythic item level gear, most people wouldn't worry about it. This is the thing. You have to both make it super expensive to get. It's kind of the same as the last 2 bosses, only the last 2 bosses dropping better. Yeah, similar. There was clearly just balancing issues, which there's not much you can do about that really, but it's a nice hindsight thing. But this is problematic because I have great suspicions that the crafting system was very rushed towards the end of the development. The fact we didn't have a work order system until 2 weeks before this game went live was bananas. But yeah, maybe Blizzard just needs to hire me. Give me a job, Blizzard. In fact, don't give me a job. Put me on retainer. I don't want a job at Blizzard. I don't want a job at Blizzard because I don't want to work for Blizzard. But put me on retainer, and when you need somebody to figure out this shit for you, give me a call. And I'll give you the answer. Because there doesn't seem to be anybody there that can figure this stuff out. Now, I'm tooting my own horn pretty aggressively there, but this isn't something that this isn't an opinion, this isn't a viewpoint, this isn't something that I've, taken 10 months to develop. I was saying exactly this before the game even went live. I still don't think it takes a genius to see this. Oh, you can see the token prices here. Look, we are now at quite literally all-time highs, virtually all-time highs on the token value. So this is where it peaked at before. This was the Shadowlands peak, end of Shadowlands peak. Look how aggressively this has gone up. The token has actually risen in value way more aggressively, but that's because you're taking the dip into consideration. when you look at if you take it over 5 years, when you look at the trajectory, that's a word I struggle to say, by the way. If you look at the direction the token has gone in the last 5 years, we've had ups and downs. This was Legion. Was this Legion? This must have been Legion. This was Legion. Was this Legion? No. Was that WOD? WOD, 1718 Warlords of Draenor, 1920 Legion. Yeah. So this was Legion. We had Legion, then we had BFA, then we had Shadowlands, and now we've got Dragonflight. Because obviously Dragonflight's, at this point, less than a year. Yeah, Dragonflight, BFA, sorry, Shadowlands, BFA, Legion. Oversupply of gold in WOD, inflation, high token prices. Well, you say that, but Warlords of Draenor wasn't that bad for token prices. And it still blows my mind that people think there was massive amounts of inflation in Warlords of Draenor. There really wasn't. I still don't see it. People think that them making like 2 million gold was dramatic inflation. Hell no. Legion was class order halls. When you look at the severity of the spike up, though, Dragonflight has had the most aggressive increase in token value we have ever seen. In this last calendar year of 2023, we have seen the most aggressive increase to the token value. Now, that can't be anything other than Blizzard tightening the purse strings on the amount of gold that casual player can make. The interesting thing is when you look at BFA, you look at 1920 and you look at BFA, and BFA was relatively stable. I know there's this big spike in the middle, right? But BFA was relatively stable for the token value for one simple reason. One reason, and one reason alone. Longboy. One mount in the game that was 5 million gold almost normalized the price of the token throughout the expansion. Obviously, a blip in the middle. But this blip in the middle was likely to do with the fact that they then told everybody the Longboy was going away. And so everybody started squirreling away their gold. And so hence the token price like dipped aggressively. There was also was this also Najata? I can't remember. But yeah, the Longboy did fantastically well at keeping the token price in check. When you look at the start of the expansion to the end of the expansion, there wasn't a huge difference. You take away people's ability to make easy gold, and at the same time take away the desire that for most people to spend gold, and boom, we're to the moon. I said at the beginning of this expansion, we'll see 500k tokens before the end of it. 500,000 gold tokens will be a thing. Gold tokens will easily be a thing. Let's say this was the starting price, because obviously at the beginning of an expansion, you always have a dip. US has gone from 250 to 350, basically. It's gone up 100k, which means it's got an easy 100k to go up again as well. Dragonflight's also had the most things you can buy in the shop. Lots of sales, etc. Probably when the next expansion releases. That doesn't do much for the token price, though. It doesn't do a lot to the token price. And the reason being is that the people that choose to buy those things with gold are usually pretty flush on their Blizzard balance anyway. When there's like a sale or something, it rarely has much effect on the token. The token only goes down in value when there's a really good reason in game for people to spend gold on something. Interesting. If you're looking to make some gold for game time and are struggling in retail, there's always the secondary option of playing Classic, as the token price there remains relatively low due to the higher demand for gold to be spent on GDKP runs and the like. Wow. Is it still like 8k for a token on retail, on Classic? That's really, really interesting that it went from 8k down to like 7 and is now stabilized about 8. Or when a certain dude buys the whole EU supply of tokens. Well, yeah, and that, yeah. Classic's the best place to get your token. Oh, easily. Like, it's, yeah. Yeah, without doubt. I'm not particularly a fan of playing an entirely separate game. Well, I'm in a lucky position, right? I do not play the game, I do not make gold in order to buy tokens. Being able to buy tokens is a convenient byproduct of the way I play the game. It's not the reason I play the game the way I play the game. So if your goal is to do something to make a token, then yes, Classic is your best approach. But even then, it feels weird to me to go and play an entirely different game in order to be able to play the game you actually want to play, right? If you want to play Classic, go play Classic. If you want to play retail, you should be able to play retail. You shouldn't have to put 5 hours, 10 hours into playing Classic just to be able to then play for the next 3 weeks in retail. That's just it doesn't compute to me. Even though the reality is that the easiest way to get 30 days of Blizzard, 30 days of World of Warcraft game time is to generate that through Classic right now. Is it similar in team? Oh, okay, that's just a screen cap, okay. I've been making gold in both Classic and retail using techniques that work for somebody with limited playtime. Also, Samadan's been keeping up his Operation Token thing, comparing his retail gold to his Classic gold. Nice. Hardcore gold making. Classic hardcore in full swing. Many players are enjoying the Classic version of the game with all its depth that includes the economy and making gold, even if there's no token to aim for. See, it's weird, right? Because there is value in making gold on hardcore Classic, but it's entirely a selfish reason. For example, I would suspect that it would be quite common for people to far more aggressively spend during leveling on the hardcore servers. Because of the inherent risk of, if you're squishy, if you're undergeared, you might die. If you die, you have to start again. So the markets out there in hardcore could be quite lucrative for like leveling gear. This ultimately also brings huge opportunity for people who want to play with the professions to do crafting in hardcore classic. They might actually see some demand for the low level crafted gear as well. Bought 30 gold in classic hardcore for $1 million gold in retail. Yeah, there you go. But like I said, it'd be for entirely selfish reasons. It's not for the purpose of, it wouldn't be for the purpose of like being able to play the game for free or anything like that. But for example, in classic, in hardcore, it might not be a terrible idea to like have one character that just does herbalism and mining, and then you sell all of you have one character that just sits on a herb mining route, and you do that like, I don't know, an hour a day, and you sell your wares, and you use that gold to buy yourself gear to keep your main character that you're leveling like chonkus, right? Now, I'm not saying you're going to twink out at every level bracket, but I would suspect that you would keep a keen eye on the big, powerful items on the auction house at almost any level, which I think is quite interesting. Somebody playing classic, I think the most gold comes from farming professions. Well, you'll find that there's a lot of people that are trying to level up their professions as well as at the same time as leveling. Now, leveling your professions in classic is equally not very cheap. There's lots of consumables, lots of materials that are needed. So yes, currently there's probably a big demand for linen cloth, wool cloth, heavy leather, rugged leather. There's probably huge demand for these materials as everybody's trying to level up their professions as they go, rather than not touching any of that until they ding 60 and then they need to like quickly power level something and they buy everything in one go. This is the aspect of hardcore that does intrigue me. And I almost want to make a character on hardcore at some point to just be able to do that. To be able to like borderline twink myself out at every level bracket. And if at any point I need more gold, then I'll take a couple of hours off from hardcore grinding from level 23 to 24. And maybe I'll go and pick up maybe I'll go do some slightly more mindless like gathering on another character or something. 3 characters of mine have died, one at 35 to a DQ. Oh, that's pain. Yeah, that's painful. The only thing is I don't have much time in my schedule to squeeze in another 60 hours of gameplay for playing hardcore. We've already got too many games on the go right now. Friday night hardcore farming with Manthias. Yeah. I haven't played retail at all since release. Well, my schedule right now and going forward for the next couple of months is a bit wacky. We're playing Starfield right now. That'll be for the next couple of days. We got 1017 launching. 1017 is going to launch, and we will probably play 10-1-7 for a little bit. There's not a lot to do in 10-1-7 for me. There's the achievements to chase after, which will give me some good reason to log on a bunch of different alts and play those and level a bunch of things up and craft a bunch of things and then ultimately try and sell it to recuperate some costs and this sorts of stuff. So I'll play 10.1.7 for a little while. We ultimately are then going to get patch 10.2 PTR very soon, I feel. As soon as 10.1.7 is launched, we're going to start getting info for 10.2. Now, 10.2 is a major content patch, so that means we will be spending time on the PTR. We will probably turn off retail almost entirely. Luckily for me, that 10.1.7 doesn't really offer much for me. Much like 10.0.7, we barely touched the Forbidden Reach because I absolutely knew that it was just, you know, a catch-up thing, right? I didn't have much time for that. But on top of that, we also have, it's September now. I have the inclination that October is going to provide us an update 8 for Satisfactory, not the experimental build, but the full build, like push build for update 8. That will be when I will start a new save in Satisfactory, and we will, whether we stream it or whether I turn it into a YouTube series, I've not yet decided. But update 8 for Satisfactory, I definitely want to play through. There's 100 hours. I believe October, we also get City Skylines 2. I can't remember when that comes out. City Skylines 2, October 24th. So luckily that's towards the end of October. We have City Skylines 2 coming out. But that's going to probably keep us quite busy until November, which is when I suspect 10.2 will launch. And then obviously we've got 10.2 in November to play with. And likely that's going to push us into December. And I like to keep my December schedule relatively clear, simply because it's the run up to Christmas and something might pop up that intrigues us greatly. So I don't really have much room to squeeze in Hardcore Classic as well, to be honest. Do you have a guide for tendies? I just want to do that for this month in retail. I've not looked at the tendies this month. We probably should. It's the 4th day of the month. We should probably have looked at it by now. The awards for this month's trading post looked reasonable. If you happen to play a paladin, a rogue, or a priest, you probably want to get your class set. But in terms of how to get your tendies, I don't know. It's if you want a list of do this, do this, do this, do this, then you've got your 1,000 tendies. I don't have that, no. But I've never not got the tendies that I needed. You know, you almost accidentally get them just by doing very, very basic things. If you're using Trade Skill Master as part of your goal-making journeys, you're pleased to know that the hardcore auction house data is also there as well. Good to know. In the beginning, bags are insanely valuable on a new server. You can start by crafting bags for 125% materials, for example. The excess you craft into more bags that you sell for cash. Sure. One of the best goal-making methods is just leveling. If you ever leveled Classic till 60, you'll know the following. That levels 1 to 20, you make absolutely garbage, single-digit gold. Levels 20 for 30, you might get into the double digits, but it's fairly low. Level 30 to 40, you suddenly start making a bit more gold. And by 40, you're only a little bit short on your 100 gold for the mount. Yeah, classic gold making is staggered so that you should, in theory, if you've been questing and not spending, be able to pretty much get your mount when you need to. You level 40 to 60, and at 60 you suddenly have hundreds of gold. I myself had 400. Some people have less, some people have 600 and more. Fact of the matter is, high-level quests and mobs net so much more gold that you're able to collect by some profession tactics at low levels. Of course, all the tips you were given here will work, but this is the most important thing you've got to level up to. This is great, but this is so counterproductive to what hardcore is about, right? It's like, this is basically the same as saying like, oh yeah, you know how you have lots of money? It's much easier if you have lots of money if you're just rich, because then you just have more money. Yeah, but how do you get rich? You know, this is great advice for regular classic. This is not great advice for hardcore, because the point of hardcore is that you might get into your 20s or 30s and you need the gold then, because you need the gear so that you don't die, right? This is the thing. People need the gold at these levels, and what you want to be doing is you want to be using your professions predominantly to take advantage of the people that are in these level brackets and do have a little bit more gold to spend. Some removed items returning in 10.17. I've been quizzed on this a couple of times. This is absolutely fantastic news for Student Albatross, because he gets to make a bunch of videos about things that he can now farm up that haven't been in the game and have outrageously ludicrous TSM auction house values, and make a bunch of videos off it. The reality is, for most people though, is don't worry about it. Like, if you want those items, you'll know what those items are, and you'll be able to target farm them again, I presume. You won't probably be buying them off the auction house. It's always good when old items are brought back into the game. The Cataclysm removed a bunch of things from various places. We can see here, if we open this, some of the items that might be coming back. So there's a few odd bits and pieces here. What's not easy to see here is if they are unique appearances or not, but I'm sure there's some stuff. That's not the filter. Oh, and then sort by slot. Unique weapons, helm, chest pieces. Yeah, that filter's broken. Oh, two hands, helms. Oh, right, okay, that's better. Ornate Pyrium shoulders. How are these things not okay, sure, whatever. Oh, Emberfire shoulders. I've got a couple of pairs of those. Huh. All right. Yeah, this is if you want to increase your auction house value, hunting down some of these might be a move. Whether it actually translates into gold, though, I'm greatly skeptical. Not many comments this week. Region-wide auction house has increased competition for commodities and removed niches from particular servers. Raw materials being more accessible means absolutely nothing. There's always an opportunity cost to buying materials yourself. For example, if I were to make my own flasks by buying materials, the calculated cost will end up most of the time at a loss from straight up buying the flasks myself. Yes. On the premise of that your alchemist in this scenario probably doesn't have the skill that somebody else does. This is the ugly side of having multicraft. It was already a problem in BFA. Resourcefulness and other stats save materials that you have to pay gambling with RNG, thus being forced to mass produce on an insidious scale to offset said RNG. These things were a middle finger to any person who wants to produce their own crafted goods for themselves because they can't save money doing so. There's an air of truth in that. Dragonflight more, and this is like what we talked about earlier, right? That the desire for people to buy materials is actually at an all-time low because it's often cheaper and more convenient to buy the crafted item off somebody that's already done the job and off somebody that has a better setup than you already do. He'll get the same benefit from multi-craft over time, yeah. Yeah, it's not a solid argument. We didn't have this problem already in BFA. The problem we had in BFA is that people were very savvy to how Silas worked and would only craft things when they had a Silas proc and then would price things based upon that overall crafting price, not just the regular crafting price, which pissed people off because it then meant that anybody crafting outside of a Silas proc had absolutely no chance to compete on price. But that was just tactical, smart goblineering, to be honest. Keep your margins low, keep your profits low, so then you keep your crafting competition at bay. That's just smart goblineering. It wasn't particularly a problem. It just meant that there was only X amount of stuff you could make with a single alchemist for as long as your Silas proc was. Now I can't remember the exact mechanics because I didn't actually do it, but I understood the technicalities of it. My usual goal for an expansion are to level and gear my main and her professions and rep, then partly in parallel level my 8 main profession characters and their professions. As of Shadowlands on 2 servers as the profit margin is slim to negative on my main server, I don't understand why crafters post their 15 items for 1 gold profit when the sale rate is 2 to 3 items before you're undercut, and posting cost for each failed auction is 2 to 6 gold each time it fails to sell. Then collect all the patterns for the expansion, then to fill the gaps in patterns in old expansions. Getting gold is not a goal per se, but having enough to collect is, particularly with the price of patterns this expansion. And that's like only casually raid with my guild now. I can honestly say it's been a lot tougher this expansion. My initial enthusiasm for the new profession system fast disappeared as I don't like sitting in Valdrakken all day spamming adverts for my crafts. This means I've had to rely on alt orders to level up the professions from 50 to 100, and this is still work in progress on 3/4 of my characters, even at this late stage in the expansion. With the added requirement for reputation for the pattern unlocks for the master profession tools, it feels like I can't catch up a lot of the time, which feels frustrating. I've barely started filling gaps in the old professions, mainly when I feel I need a time out or off, including the new or old Skolo Nax ones. If they keep these systems next expansion, my 3 wishes would be integrate the auction house to buy materials, or just get rid of the crafting order system and simply make the bind on pickup mat X a mandatory extra payment field on the auction house. Increase the amount required instead of a new item for higher item levels. Give us a static method of advertising our crafts and the quality other than trade channel. The WoW equivalent of the yellow pages, even if it's via a web page linked to the armory instead of in-game. Keep making patterns available via the auction house, but maybe increase the drop rates a bit so they're not quite as exclusive. As an aside, the implementation of public orders, particularly as there's no integration with the auction house, hasn't been that successful in my honest opinion. And now it's 90% scam orders, at least on the 2 servers that I play. There's only 2 patterns which are really expensive, to be honest. Well, patterns being inexpensive isn't a problem. If you're at this point in a patch and you're looking at buying patterns, yeah, you're doing it wrong. The time to spend big money on these patterns is day 1, day 2, day 3. For example, I wish I could remember the number. I wish I could remember the exact prices. I could probably search for this. I've probably got data on this. The time to spend big money on patterns is in the first couple of days those patterns become available. And that is predominantly because there will also at the same time be demand for that said thing that you're crafting. And you will be able to recuperate those costs. If you're spending 100k on a recipe in a 0.5 or a 0.7 patch, you're doing it all wrong because you're never going to recuperate any cost there at all. I'm still in the Starfield category, I don't care. Twitch will deal with it. We're not in WoW for long. In the launch of 10.1, was it 10.1, 10.5? I can't remember. 10.1. Let me look at my TSM data. Can we go ledger? Can we go expenses? Can I go all time and go pattern? So, I mean, you could see I buy a lot of patterns, right? I'm not out farming these things. I'm going to be buying them off other people. But there were periods in time. Here we go. 116 days ago now. Really, is that how long it's been? Holy shenanigans. Shadow Flame Tempered Armor patch. I purchased this for a little under 300,000 gold. I was the first person, one of the first persons in the EU to be crafting and selling these. It clearly isn't going to... Okay, this is what's... what are the other ones I should be searching for? Hang on. Pattern, plan. Shadowed Impact Buckler. This was something I actually tried to flip. I learnt one. I learnt one and sold the other. That's not a great example. Okay, that also doesn't particularly help me. Well, it was about 100 days ago then, is the information I'm looking for here. There's a big oh, okay. 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 Shadowed Impact Buckler 250k, Draconic Vial Cauldron 750k. I think I flipped that in the end. I'm pretty sure I flipped that in the end. Shadow Flame Tempered Armor Patch 289k. Enchant Weapon Shadow Flame Wreath. I bought this for 1 million gold. I bought this for 1 million gold, and I was the #1 person in the EU to be crafting and selling these enchants. And that's when I was able to make my 1 million gold back and some. So this is the, when it comes to big expensive patterns, it's not problematic if you buy them at the right time. I was happy to pay 1 million gold for this pattern. Can I search for revenue Shadow Flame Wreath? this is probably going to crash. Okay. So shortly after I did 4.5 million gold in revenue on that specific enchant, which ultimately led to, let's assume that I was making 10-20% profit probably, that I paid, the recipe was paid for with the profit I made by then going out selling them. The issue you have is that with the big expensive recipes and patterns, if you are not able to then actually recuperate your cost of the pattern, then yeah, obviously it's problematic. Now I can't quite remember the profit margin I was making on these, but I was making a good chunk of change on these. To be honest, the profit I was making off the first handful that I sold, I mean, look at the value of these. I was selling them for 290k. My first 5 sales of this enchant probably covered the cost of buying the enchant in the first place. And this was because I was the first person in the entire region to be crafting and selling these. This was day 1 of the patch. Very quickly, they went down to like 50k, 40k for each one. I think I was selling them at like 50k, so after the auction house cut, it's like 46 or something. And the rank 2 versions were just getting rid of them. But so that's how you deal with these big expensive recipes. You have to be first to market. And if you're not, you have a problem. So this kind of design, this kind of play style of like slowly chipping away at picking up stuff. If you're just buying recipes for the purpose of collection and don't really plan on doing anything with it, yeah, Dragonflight's mega expensive for you. So I do in a way agree that they could increase the drop rates a little bit. But for anything that's actually particularly valuable, they kind of also need to be rare to counteract the fact that you don't want 20 million people being able to craft it day 1, because otherwise it just nukes any value. But genuinely speaking here, I agree that spamming trade chat is not fun. Faking orders on your alts to level them up from 50 to 100 is also not fun. There are some hacks to level up some of the professions from 50 to 100 that don't include work orders, but they're often quite expensive hacks, or at least they were once upon a time. I've actually considered doing a revamp of my profession leveling guides. Since Dragonflight has actually been out, I've not done a single profession leveling guide. The only ones that are on my channel are the ones from the very beginning of the expansion. And interestingly, I didn't realize this. Some of these videos have had a fair amount of views on them now. Nearly 60k views on my enchanting leveling guide. Jewel crafting leveling guide, 43,000 views. 75k views on the leatherworking one. I think for 10.2, because I'm assuming we will have something new in 10.2. I think in 10.2 I will redo these. Not for the purpose of farming views, but just for the fact that all of these, they stopped at 50. They all stopped at 50 because at that point it was basically, right, go do work orders and you'll level up by crafting things for people. I can't really give you a step-by-step because you just need to craft 20 of these for somebody else and you'll get there, sort of thing. It's interesting that leatherworking is the one that's had the most views on it. I wonder if leatherworking is one of the more difficult ones to level up. What's the least viewed one? Inscription. 20k views. This is one I expect. Okay, that's interesting. And engineering. It's less than engineering even. Wow. This is a good... This is not science, obviously. But this is a good sort of insight to which professions are more popular. Because all of these videos were all published within 2 days of each other. So clearly nobody really cares about inscription or engineering. People care about inscription less than they care about engineering. Wow. That's crazy. Well. Commodities are in such a high surplus for most items in the game. The lack of demand crashes all the prices so low that almost nobody is producing goods other than those that can do it en masse, because they sell lower than the cost to actually make. The only people making money here are goblins, bots, and farmers. I made a ton of gold in Shadowlands by actually playing the commodity markets as well as selling legendaries. Gold making at any reasonable rate is dead for 98% of the player base. I unfortunately can't agree more. And it pains me that I don't have a good solution for people. I mean, I could obviously tell people that the way to make lots of gold is to be rich already and then to do multi-realm flipping. If you want to turn 10 million gold into 20 million gold, that's exactly how you do it. You have to spend that 10 million gold on a bunch of things, distribute it across 50 different realms, and then sell it all for 15 million gold. Obviously, that's going to take a lot of time and a lot of effort and requires you to have 10 million gold in the first place. But for those people that want to start from almost zero, I don't have much advice for them. And it's one of my biggest frustrations with this expansion so far. In Shadowlands, for example, there was a path to success. If you wanted to make gold, you would start off by doing a little bit of farming. You'd make 15, 20k an hour by doing some basic farming. You'd stockpile that gold until you had 100, 200, 300,000 gold. Then you could pick up a crafting profession. You could start off by crafting like some crafter's mark gear. You could turn that 100, 200, 300,000 gold into like 500,000 relatively quickly from crafting and selling a bunch of crafter's mark gear. Then you could maybe start looking at reinvesting into a couple of legendary patterns. Picking a in-demand legendary pattern would mean that you'd spend that 500,000 gold quite quickly leveling that up. But if you did it at the right time, you could bounce off the hype of a new patch, bringing a new rank of legendary, put yourself in good position. And then all of a sudden you've got 1 million gold plus. That million turns into 2, into 3, into 4, into 10, into 20. There was a path to success and you could guide people along it. In Dragonflight, I don't know where to tell people to start. And that's really frustrating for me. I can easily tell people how to take 5 million gold and turn it into 10. But I do not have a good solution for people to get that first, that first little nest egg. And I refuse to tell people to go out and farm transmog, even though that is everything that the internet is telling everybody to do. I refuse to tell people that because it's just a bait. It's just a bait. It doesn't matter if you have 10 million gold of auction house value. It doesn't matter when 99% of it you are probably just going to vendor or is going to get lost to the mailbox monster when you give up because because it never amasses to anything. This leads me, actually, there's a guy over on Reddit that on a weekly basis has been doing a transmog update. And I think he's posted like his 6th week update. And I wanted to have a little bit of a quick look at that if I can. Let's go to WoW Economy. Good luck buying a token with a 300k chess piece. Yeah, exactly. Start a new account, 0 to 1 million gold. Make a guide based on your journey. It's, you can math it out. This is the problem. Like the 0 to 1 million gold challenge sort of stuff is something I've thought about doing. But the bigger issue with it is that it's just graft. You just have to graft. You just have to farm something, and it is just slow. Now, I could. The problem is to make something like that even remotely interesting, I would have to do stuff that I wouldn't wholeheartedly recommend people do. You know, it's a bit problematic. Anyway, this guy on Reddit, Search for Loot, has been giving updates to this. This week, 10 runs of Alderman, 50 runs of Sunwell, 30 runs of RFD, and about an hour's of island expeditions. So 5 hours worth of farming. Noticeable drops. Nothing from Alderman. No surprise, you did 10 runs. Sunwell. I'm going to ignore your realm price because it doesn't matter. Median prices, okay. Primal Attuned Goggles, 2 of them. Sold 2 of them at 47,000 gold. Well, that was clearly somebody buying them to flip them. Because then nobody buying 2 of those anytime fast. RFD, comfortable leather hat. Oh dear. Made a total of 222,000 gold this week. Here's the breakdown. 46 transmog sales. Trade goods, about 4,000 gold. Raw gold and vended gold. But I don't think it was transmog sales. Where do we see the sales breakdown? Noticeable sales. Not transmog. Not transmog. Not transmog. Not transmog. Not transmog. Not transmog. Okay. So outside of 4 sales of schematics from Sunwell, that there is a strong chance you just stumbled across. This was right place, right time. This was clearly right place, right time. Somebody either buying out all of these recipes to flip them, or somebody that was buying out all of these recipes to level up their engineer. The fact that 2 of them sold is sus to me. It makes me think that people's buying them up to flip them. Especially considering these are all goggles. And in 10.1.7, the achievement for crafting all of the goggles is going to spike the price for these recipes. This was clearly a goblin doing goblin things. But the reality here is that they weren't goggles, right? The takeaway from this is that this guy was lucky enough to find somebody that was preparing for 10.1.7 and spent a bunch of gold. This isn't really very representative of transmog. You did 7, let's just call that 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18,000 gold of transmog sales. 18,000 gold of transmog sales. They're what he quotes as the notable ones. Ended the week with a total of 1,026 transmog items with a market value of about 10 million gold up on the auction house. Not complaining, but Twitch might soon as you're streaming in the wrong game category. Twitch doesn't care. Twitch doesn't care. But yeah, I'm aware. I intended to play Starfield. I just got carried away. Gold per hour calculations. Total time farmed this week, 5 hours. Made 222,000 gold, 40k gold per hour. Total time farmed this week plus posting time. An extra 2 hours posting time brings it down to 30k gold an hour. Total time farmed this series, 45 hours, and has made a total of 650k. Brings the gold per hour average to about 15. Now I wonder, this value here, right? 222,000 gold is basically, there's 160 of that in these 3 items. There's 160,000 gold worth of stuff there from these 3 noticeable sales in this week's. Which, if you were to take those, if you were to exclude those, because this is right place, right time, which is obviously part of it, but right place, right time is not something that is reliable. This is what, in data terms, you would call it an anomaly, right? You would exclude this if you were truly doing data analysis, because this is an exception to the rule, right? If you were to exclude that, that's about another 150k off this price. So that brings it down to 45 hours of farming for about 500,000 gold, which quick maths is about 10k gold per hour. The new record in sales this week compared to my total farming time this week has boosted my total gold per hour for the series, not including posting time, to about 14,000 gold. Now, obviously, there's no denying that this dude now has 650,000 gold he didn't before, but you have to analyze the data properly. This is why when people do gold per hour and they do averages, and like he's using average here, yet he's using medians here. Like, it's not very statistically accurate. But it for me, there is information to extract from this, being that, if you've got nothing better to do and you want to slowly increase your gold that you own, transmog works, but it's not. It's still an illusion, right? It's still very illusionary. Being able to see the working out is good. Like, obviously, I think I'm quite good analyzing the data from this sorts of stuff, and I'm able to draw a very different conclusion. My conclusion to this is, like, even the 10k gold an hour is a questionable price, because obviously we don't have any information to how much of the well, we could if we sifted through the last 6 weeks of data as well, but how much of this is right place, right time sales? Because there's 150k here, 160k that is definitely right place, right time. Power amplification goggle schematic. There's another one that was clearly right place, right time. Somebody buying out and planning to flip all of the goggle recipes when 10.1.7 launches. There's a bigger goblin with deeper pockets behind the scenes here that is swaying the results quite aggressively. Comparing gold per hour of transmog farming to crafting, if you enjoy transmog farming and not crafting, is pointless because you wouldn't make half as much gold in crafting, but simply you wouldn't do it as much, yeah. Your gold per hour in crafting would be 1,000x more than transmog, but if you don't do it for more than an hour a year, it doesn't make any difference. This has always been the thing, right? It's gold per hour is often considered like the ultimate metric that people break everything down to. But in some regards, that just doesn't work, right? It just doesn't always work. Like in the real world, for example, you have some people, if there are some people that you will, let's say you own a business. If you run a business in the real world, you obviously are aware of what your time is worth, but not always do you price things relative to that. So, for example, you might have some people that do somewhat menial tasks for you, basics tasks for you, and you just need man hours to get the job done, right? So you pay somebody per hour to do a thing. And so they make X amount of gold money per hour for doing that thing. Yet you then have some people within your organization that it needs to be a little bit more flexible, right? Let's say your CEO or your COO or your CFO, people that do bigger, arguably more important jobs within a business tend not to be paid by the hour. You pay them a salary, you pay them a flat fee. You're like, okay, I'm going to give you this much money per month, or I'm going to give you this much money per quarter. To do this job. If you complete that job, you get the money. If you complete the job really effectively, you'll get a bonus. You can't break everything always down to gold per hour. Crafting is difficult to break down to a gold per hour because there are some things with crafting, for example, to where part of crafting is looking forward to what's coming up in the game and then planning around that. Getting yourself in a position so that when a new patch drops, that character can as effectively as possible go out, get the new recipe they need. They predominantly will already have a big stockpile of materials and then can start quickly crafting and selling. The revenue they generate in a short period of time is massive, but there might have been 10, 15, 20 hours of effort prior to that where they made nothing. So gold per hour doesn't particularly work in that scenario. And this is always the issue with crafting. And it also boils down to, if you enjoy that aspect of the game, go and do it, right? If you enjoy crafting, go do it. If you enjoy farming, go do it. But the gold per hour metric that is so commonly used for everything isn't really a great indicator of whether something works or doesn't work. You try asking somebody like Kachak. I wonder if he's lurking. You try asking somebody like Kachak, for example, somebody who has recently surpassed 1 billion gold in game. You ask him what his gold per hour is, he ain't got a clue. He ain't got a clue. What's his gold per hour? No idea. Absolutely no idea whatsoever. Because it doesn't matter. Some days he'll spend 10 hours doing something, but he knows that he's working towards a greater good, right? Maybe he'll spend 5 hours harvesting the entire region of a certain item so that he owns 70% of all of those items in the entire region. He's not made anything whilst doing that, but then he reaps the reward of that for the next 6 months when he drip feeds them back out to other people for 5 times the price. You can't break something like that down to a gold per hour. It just doesn't work. Fundamentally, it doesn't work. Exclamation mark game World of Warcraft. I don't think it did work. No. From the mod dashboard, you should be able to change my stream info. Isn't that one of the benefits of being a mod? That you can change the stream title, you can change the category and stuff like that. I don't know how Twitch works. I'm not a pro. I don't know. I don't get paid enough for this. I don't particularly know how it works, to be honest. I assumed that was the case. We're going to play Starfield now for a bit anyway. I only meant to take a little bit of a look at the Wowhead economy report for the week, and we, obviously squirrels do what squirrels do. Out of curiosity, do I have a mailbox full of stuff? I do have a mailbox full of stuff. All right, let's grab these. Let's put these on the auction house, and then we'll go play Starfield. My computer's probably having a heart attack right now because I've still got Starfield running in the background. It's all right. We can still sit in the Starfield category because look, it's here. Technically, the game's loaded. All right, let's get this lot listed real quick. So yeah, I guess the TLDR to my last nearly 2 hours of discussion, realistically, is that it's harder than ever for new goblins to do goblin things. It's borderline impossible. Although it's not impossible, whatever option is presented to you is going to be incredibly time intensive. I have wondered, I have wondered for a long time if Blizzard does actually have some sort of in-game economist that works for them. Because they clearly used to. The problem is I don't know if they do anymore. There was this guy that was hired for the professions and reward system, who showed his face, or not showed his face, but, posted a few articles, was present on the forums a little bit, but I don't know if they still spend too much time on the forums. So there was somebody that was hired in that position, but I wonder if Blizzard has somebody like that internally. Because there's no denying that if they get the economy in the game right, it will do everything that they want. If they get the economy in the game right, the real world revenue generated from the game will also increase. Twitch needs a way to be in more than one game at a time. They kind of do. They kind of should let you be in at least 2 categories at once. I've always thought that. I mean, that's ultimately why the just chatting category turned up, didn't it? For people who weren't, strictly in a game. But what happens when there's people like me who are playing multiple games at the same time, often, and also just chatting? Arguably, for the last 2 hours, we should have been in the just chatting category. Although we were talking about World of Warcraft, we weren't strictly playing World of Warcraft. They need a React category based upon how many reactions. Wow, yeah. That's not far from the truth at all. Come on, finish the scan. Hello? It's just stopped at 106. Nope, there we go. Probably scanning a big category. Right, let's grab some more. Still got an ungodly amount of random ass gems in my bags. I really regret crafting half of those. Right, my coffee's cold. Subcategories would also help a lot with now. There's like 4 different versions: hardcore, classic, classic wrath, and retail. Yeah, there's not many games that really actually applies to though. World of War. See, this is the thing. World of Warcraft is now more of a franchise than it is anything else. There's because yeah, categories probably would help actually. I mean, there's realistically a lot that could kind of COD, new ones come out weekly, I suppose. There's a lot Twitch could do to improve their systems. Don't get me started on Twitch and their archaic way of running their website. That we are how many years since live stream fails became a thing? And Twitch just seemed to let live stream fails just kind of like be their clips browser. It's really weird. It's really weird. How do we go? How do we? Hang on. Panels, stream info panel. You need to give me access to change the titling category, it seems. Oh. I thought that was by proxy of being a mod. I don't know. I'll have a look in a minute. It's taste test time, boys and girls. There is a bottle of Prime in my hand. It has made its way to Finland. Obviously, this has been, popularized quite a lot recently. It's the tropical punch flavor. I wonder if it actually tastes any good. Smells toxic. Jesus. Oh, Lord. Tropical punch. Is it cold? It is cold. Right, I can tell you exactly. I can tell you exactly what this tastes like. This tastes. Well, I can't actually. I need to show you. This tastes... Now, unless my taste buds are completely fuckadoodled, this doesn't taste tropical at all. This tastes like these things. Tropical Punch tastes exactly like Parma Violets, which I did not expect. It doesn't taste tropical. It doesn't taste punchy. It's actually grim. It's actually not nice at all. You can't drink that, you're not a kid. Yeah. Actually terrible. Well, that was a waste of €3. Ugh. Jesus. It's from that Logan Paul guy get scammed. I prefer to consider it from the KSI guy. But yeah. Twitch creator dashboard community roles. Twitch community dashboard roles manager. You can now give artists in your community the recognition they deserve. Design the artist badge to a Twitch user through the roles. All right, sure. Can't I adjust what moderators can do? Hang on. I'm learning as we go along. Learn about roles. Moderators timeout or ban users. Enable slow subscriber only or follower only. Start, manage, and end polls, or start, manage, and end predictions. Oh, it's got to be an editor role to do editing stream info, running commercial breaks, editing video info, uploading videos, starting reruns, downloading past broadcasts, reviewing, searching, sorting, and deleting clips, setting channel clip permissions. Oh, okay. Well, let's give you editor role instead then. There we go. When they first came to Denmark, they were imported without being allowed to be sold. Cost quite a few fines for stores that sold them illegally. Oh dear. Yeah, I can safely say with chest that Tropical Punch Flavor Prime, gross. Absolutely grim fandango. The original one was not allowed to be sold in the EU due to its contents being too high. I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of it. I just wanted to try it to taste it to see if it tasted any good. It should be noted that there is a Prime energy drink and there's a Prime hydration drink. That's two different things. To my understanding, at least, anyway. Can I ban everybody now? You can police as you feel necessary, Jack. Right, considering that thing's gross, I need another drink. Putting that away. That's gross. In my country, this shit's like €8. There's no way I'm buying it, even if it's for a first-time try.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Yeah, there's
Both, I hope.
that's probably because it's being imported from somewhere else. Woo, my man, how we doing? Welcome in. Good afternoon to you. Or it may still be good morning for you, technically. Thank you very much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Are you still playing? I know you dip in and out depending on how busy you are. Or are you taking a look at 1017? I'm predominantly playing Starfield right now, but I'm getting some basic stuff done in WoW. Just about AM. Reposting as usual, shuffling stock, cross-rail, mainly still real life work stuff. Yeah, see, this is, we were talking about this earlier. I didn't particularly use you as an example, but I know you do something very similar in terms of, we were talking about how that there is substantially less options for new goblins out there. I can easily tell people that if you've got 10 million gold, go buy and distribute and, you know, flip a bunch of stuff. But for the players out there right now who want to just make their first bag, it's pretty difficult. The game is not very friendly for casual goblins. I mean, you could argue it never has, but I mean, it's in one of the worst states I think it's been, to be honest, which is a bit sad considering the profession overhaul appeared to be something that could have revitalized it, but oh, there we go. Now we're in the World of Warcraft category. Oh my god, I've given Jack power. I don't know how I feel about that. The problem is it's not going to change my OBS dashboard, which is what I actually use to change my stream info. If I do a refresh on this, does it then? Oh, maybe if I refresh it in OBS, it works. Prices are already equalized a lot across realms, much more than previously too. All high value MOG is basically more like pets now, behaving more like pets. Yeah, I suspect that's the case. I mean, that was always going to be another, you know, early bird situation. You get in nice and quick, and you'll do bits. I think it's probably still a little bit early for me to do a what I would like to see in 11.0 style video. But there are definitely some. With now, what is it? How long have we had Dragonflight for now? It's September, which is the 9th month. We've had Dragonflight like 10 months now. 10 months of play time, 10 months of experience with it, 10 months of like, you know, figuring shit out. I can safely say that what I suspected to happen is happening. And I would also kind of... I'm not vastly surprised by the situation we're in. Seeing from the word go that they were going to cut off all of the low-hanging fruit for casual goblins obviously meant that anybody that was utilizing work orders, anybody that was utilizing mission tables or callings or basic farming was clearly going to try and do whatever the next thing was. And what that's ultimately done is pushed just vast quantities of people to play with this new crafting system, of which has nuked any profitability for it, on top of the fact that they then put everybody in one big box when it came to selling stuff. So I mean, some massive sweeping changes to the way that things work. So it wasn't too difficult to see that this was going to happen. But Anybody know a hack around the launcher not allowing you to run a Russian and an English client at the same time? I was trying to use a second account to buy some cheap mods on Russian realms, but can't change the language client whilst running a client already. I don't know. You got to do some prediction videos and wish lists before the BlizzCon announcement. That's not a bad idea. It's not a terrible idea. I mean, we are obviously getting an expansion announcement. I don't think we'll get much though. We're certainly not going to get much of an indication. We'll get the theme of the new expansion and maybe a 30-second cutscene. But I can't imagine they're going to talk about much of the stuff in the new expansion yet. And my wish list for 11.0 is pretty simple, to be honest. I want my wish list probably contains. My wish list is simple. I want the crafting order system to stay, but I want there to be a way for crafters to actually advertise what it is they're able to craft. So they implemented in Dragonflight the buy order system. I want them to now implement the sell order system to go with it. They need to be paired together. You need to give crafters some way to say what it is they're able to craft and how much they're going to charge for crafting it. If you implement some sell order system to complement the buy order system, the buy order system can stay. If you are not going to add a sell order system to complement the buy order system needs to go. Alternatively, it needs to go in its current form. The only other alternative option to that is that they need to loosen their use of bind on pickup. Every top-end piece of gear being bind on pickup now has screwed over most of the crafting professions, in my opinion. There are far more creative ways to achieve the same without it being so unnecessarily restrictive. Making everything bind on pickup was the easy fix, was the easy way of making it so that, well, people have no choice but to use this new system. Come 11.0, there won't be that ungodly need for everybody to interact with the new system. They can loosen up the requirement for interactivity, for engagement with the system, and they can actually do the job properly. So maybe making less things bind on pickup at the top end. You can still have recrafting and all of that stuff. You can still have people collecting their own bind on pickup token for upgrading. All of that is absolutely fine. I would like to see them expand the work order system to past expansion crafts as well. I see no reason why you shouldn't be able to put in a work order for a vial of the sands, for example. I see no reason why that couldn't or shouldn't be a thing. It just needs to be coded. The likelihood is that won't happen though, because there is got to be 10,000. Like they clearly have to code every item that's available through a work order. They clearly have to go in and code it so that it works. Right? And when you think about how many past crafted items there are for all of the professions, you realize that becomes a monumental job for not just a single person, but probably a team of people to do. And the likelihood of that ever getting the tick for approval from up above is basically non-existent. That's the only worry I have, that the true benefit of having a work order system is that people can come along and say, I want this old piece of transmog crafted. Here's some of the materials and here's a bit of gold for doing it. The problem is it would take so much time and effort to retrofit everything. I just don't think they'll ever be able to justify doing it. It's one of those that if you were building the system again with hindsight, you would do it so it would be compatible. But retrofitting old stuff into new systems is very time consuming and probably won't get done, which is sad. Going into 11.0, I would also, if they are going to keep inspiration, multi-craft, resourcefulness, and crafting speed, they have to reevaluate inspiration. Inspiration was way too powerful and it nuked half of the crafting system. Because people would just basically recraft something 2 or 3 times to get the top quality, because inspiration would proc and it would give them double the crafting skill that they needed, and then it was done, right? They really need to readdress inspiration, but that's pretty much my wish list for the profession side of things. Another thing is I want some sort of dedicated gameplay aspect to crafting professions. I've been saying this for many patches, many months, many expansions at this point. Legion, quest lines for professions. Please. Thank you very much. But that's all I'm really after. Right, WoW's done. We're 2.5 hours into the stream. 2.5 hours into the stream, and I've not yet actually stepped foot in Starfield like I planned. Did I open that client twice? Oh dear, my poor computer. My poor computer doesn't know what's hitting it. Close you. Is Starfield still going to have been loaded in the background? I think it has. Right, turn tunes off. Let's make a few slight adjustments. Oh, somebody's already on it. Somebody's listening. Genius. I saw the Bethesda logo earlier, so it kind of counts. Yeah, if it works, it works. Do you have in-game audio? We do have in-game audio. Good. Right. So, 2.5 hours after what I plan to do, what I want to do in Starfield today is I am less inclined to go doing story missions because we're getting into sort of the super spoilerific aspect of the game now. But I want to go explore a little bit, and I want to take a little bit of a look at this outposting thing and try and figure that out, because I reckon that we should be doing it. Honestly, I think we should be slowly but surely using our outposts to acquire materials and stuff like that, which will give us the materials we need for research. It will give us the materials we need to craft more things. It should just make everything sort of fit together a bit nicer. I think it's going to require us to go and explore. We'll pick a galaxy and we'll explore a little bit, see if we can find the materials we need, and we'll have a play. We're nearly 20 hours in. We're only level 17. And after 20 hours in, I think we are... Why is it not loading this? Okay. We are at the point in the game where we should really start exploring some of the other big features. I'm sure the title works. Title works. What's my inventory looking like? 242 out of 235. Okay, inventory's wham. Do we want to probably go and try and sell a bunch of stuff? Clean out our stocks, our supplies. Because running around with all of this stuff on us, the irony of ironies is, where is all of this weight coming from? Because we've got 10 weapons, but we're not exactly running around with 12 different spacesuits. Is all of our weight entirely in our resources thing? It probably is, isn't it? Because we're hoarding. We are hoarding. We should be storing all of this in our ship. We should be hoarding like a machine, but we should be storing it all in a ship. Maybe then. Do we need to upgrade our ship first? Fast travel to our ship. Carrying too much and can't fast travel. Of course. Of course. Check out your ship's inventory. There's a quest to check out my ship's inventory. What? Oh, retrieve Barrett's belongings. Maybe. Alright. Maybe. Activities. Right. Do we maybe... how do I fix this inventory problem? This game is giving me headaches now. We should probably, maybe, possibly... upgrade our ship. If we upgrade our ship and have more storage on our ship, we should be good to go, right? To upgrade our ship, we need to go to the shipyard. Where do we upgrade our ship? Okay, we need to get rid of some stuff because we straight up can't travel anywhere. Right, Sam, hold some stuff.
Happy to even out the load.
Hold some stuff. You've not got anything on you. Right, inventory, resources. Take some of these. Right, there we go. This Tuesday, what are your go-to goal-making ways? I don't have any. At this point, I don't have any. Quite simply because 10.1.7 is not going to be very lucrative for goal-making. It's a catch-up patch. It's a way to get yourself geared up before 10.2. We are suspecting that we might go back to Scarlet Monastery, but I don't know if there's going to be... I certainly haven't been able to find any new indication of new crafting recipes or anything like that. 10.1.7 is play the game for the fun of playing the game. And if you are in dire need of gold, I don't know, maybe look forward to 10.2, see what's going on there, and just hold fire. It's not the answer people want, but it's the realistic answer. Starfield pilot proves that fast travel isn't needed after a 7-hour flight to Pluto. Yeah, until they get to Pluto and just glide straight through it. Yeah, I'd seen that. I've seen that. But yeah, the planet isn't actually there, but there is a picture of the planet that you can slowly get closer and closer and closer to until you just go through it. Which I think is quite funny. Right, so even Alpha Centauri is somewhere where we've not explored even half of this. So Gagarin is somewhere we have yet to explore in any way, shape or form. There's an industrial outpost. There's a landing here. We can't scan it yet, but there's a fracking station. There's a few places we could go and explore on here. There is Olivas, which is a gas giant. We have... let's get in our spaceship so that then we can actually scan some of these. No, hang on. What's going on here? On ship. What? No. Why can we not just go straight to our ship? I'm 20 hours into this game, and sometimes the UI still aggressively annoys me. Why can I not just quickly travel to my ship? As long as the selected location is my ship, yes. Aha. Okay, good. Right, let's take off. That's actually one of my pet peeves for this game already. The fact that there's no... You have these star maps, but there's no, like, actual map, right? There's no maps of the area in any way, shape, or form. Like, if you zoom in, if you go onto a planet, there's no map of the planet, which is kind of frustrating. And it's kind of weird. So we can set course to here. If we want to scan this, let's set a course to here. Let's travel. Now we're in Olivas. Now we can do a scan so we can see what's going on here.
Well, they should.
It's a gas giant, so nothing's going on here. And we could, in theory, fly around and have a look if we wanted to. With nothing on it, it's not going to be too interesting for us. So let's then maybe take a look at some of its surrounding planets. Zamka. Let's set a course to here and give this a scan. Travel. If you did maps of the planets, it'd be insanely large. That's where you go. That's where you get lots of space, books, movies, games, etc. Try a generalized planets, an ice world, forest world, desert world, etc. But even for simple stuff like trying to work out where the flipping hell you're going, right? It'd just be so more convenient if you could easily see that sort of stuff. You have to remember what solar system and what planet within that solar system has the thing that you want. Yeah, it's there's lots of stuff here. Copper, nickel, iron, uranium, cobalt, vanadium. There's no fauna or flora, and it's, well, it says the water is chemical, when it does say there is water on here, though. But we can see that we could probably, if we wanted, say, iron and probably copper, I'm going to assume that raw resources, we are going to need the raw materials more than anything. If we can get all three of, like, these, copper, nickel, and iron, close to each other, it might be worth dropping down. Nickel's going to be more difficult. Copper's green, iron is this sort of... uranium over here. Copper seems to be located at the top and the bottom, but realistically nowhere else. Can we get somewhere like this where we've got iron very close to copper? If we put an outpost like right here, we got water, we got copper, we got iron. Here might also work quite well. Iron, copper, water. If we set a landing target there and then go land, let's go and have a look. I'm doing a lot of guesswork right now because I don't particularly know what I'm doing. But landing somewhere where we can drop down a little outpost. Where we can drop down an outpost that can start gathering up some of the basic materials for us seems, at least to me, seems sensible. So we got iron, presumably very close. Small thing that ruins the game for me, the universe map. The animated landing and takeoff instead of just flying in and out. After you've played Frontier in the 90s and lately No Man's Sky, this game looks very limited. I would tend to agree that the one thing that this game has not felt, for me, is very spacey. Which is kind of what I would have expected this game to have been. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me that there is so limited sort of space exploration is different from being in space, if that makes sense. I don't know. I can't quite put my thoughts into words, but okay, well, there's seemingly no copper about. We landed here because I thought there was going to be copper and there was going to be iron, but there seems to just be patches of iron and then no copper. What I wanted is to find a border between the iron and the copper, so in theory we could extract multiple things, but available resources are iron and water. Extractors, an iron extractor. Cannot build item, missing resources. We are missing tungsten. Okay. Well. Produces 4 power. Works best on planets that receive a lot of sunlight. We're going to need more tungsten and more lubricant for a transfer container. Bulk storage for any kind of solid mineral or organic resource. Little warehouse. Secure storage for manufactured goods. Storage for gas, storage for liquids. A simple fabricator. We're going to need more tungsten. We're going to need 0 wire. We're probably going to need more sealant. And it requires both aluminium and iron. And it would, in essence, make adaptive frames. We have a fabricator that makes autenic manifolds, but requires reactive gauges, iron, nickel, power, Tau grade rheostats, iso-centered magnets, but they produce comm relays, cobalt and nickel, and power. Is there anything that just requires iron? As that's all we have available to us right here. Or is it... Or is this not a good planet to be on? Ionic liquids, tetrafluorides, and power. Aluminium and nickel. Power, pressure mag tanks, reactive gauges, and alkans. Cosmetic items, fiber, goes into making polytextiles. Power, aluminium and copper. Copper and beryllium. Copper and silver. Copper and silver, okay. Copper looks to be a more important tool for us. Aluminium and iron into adaptive frames. Okay, we've gone through the system now. In other words, there's nothing we can actually make on this planet with just iron. What are our other options then? Structures, outpost, airlock, 4-wall habitation, hydrophonic lab, hydrophonic habitats. Science lab, military habitat, habitat round, small hex labs, hallways, watchtowers. Okay. Crafting workbench, cooking station, pharmaceutical lab, research labs. So we can build ourselves like a... I'm wondering if we have, if it's probably some, what we'll probably want to do is we will probably want outposts that gather materials, and then we will have a planet where we will build everything, presumably. We send all of those materials to that planet to build everything, and then we will also have somewhere where all of those crafted materials then come to us and we stockpile them all or sell them or something. We've also got defense turrets, which makes me think we are going to have to defend these areas from some sort of attacks. I'm wondering if that new, one of the new enemies what was he called, the Starborn or something, has the option to attack our bases. Ballistic turrets, tick turrets, laser turrets. I like the sound of laser turrets. Laser turrets is right up my alley. We get robots. Sanitation robots increases the production rate of inorganic resources by 10%. Garden mini bots increases the production rate of organic resources. And we've also got an engineering robot, increases the production rate of manufactured items by 10%. So we'll want to build a bunch of robots for our places as well. Then furniture, nobody cares about. Decorations, probably nobody cares about, but storage boxes and storage crates might come in handy. Some displays. And then miscellaneous. A scan booster. Build this to double the range of your hand scanner. An advanced scan booster. Build this to triple the range of your hand scanner. Larger area of effect than the basic scan booster. And then a military grade equivalent. Build this to quadruple the range of your hand scanner. Interesting. A cargo link. Build these in 2 different outposts and link them together to allow the transfer of goods between them. Items in the outgoing container will be transported to the incoming container via the other outpost and vice versa. Link outputs within the same system. No fuel required. So that's what we're going to use to distribute materials. We'll probably take materials off a bunch of planets, send them all to one place, and then use those materials to craft a bunch of shit, right? That's the plan. We have cargo link intersystem. Build these in 2 different outposts and link them together to allow the transfer of goods between them. Allows links between systems required for supply missions and requires HE3. Is that helium? HE3 helium operating cost. Okay. So we are going to want to, wherever we produce everything, we want to produce everything on a planet that has helium. So then we can power the interstellar systems or intersystem cargo links. Crew stations. Build this to allow crew to be assigned to your outpost. The outpost management skill will let you build more crew stations at each of your outposts. Right. So we can start putting people to work. Landing pad with ship builder. Allows you to land directly at your outpost. Also lets you modify your ship and even buy new ones here. Well, that's going to be handy. Landing pad small. Only ships under 40 meters can land here. We can put the mission board. What's the variation of this? Constellation mission board. Okay. And then self-service bounty clearance. Use this Trackers Alliance terminal to clear bounty with any law enforcement organization in the settled systems. Seems like a cheat code. Okay. Oh, what quest? Oh! Armillary. This was the thing that... This is what holds all of our artifacts. And if we put it here, we are likely to be attacked. Which means we need to defend this. Clever. And now we're back to extractors, which is for this planet only water and iron. Okay. Starting to get a gist of how we build these out. All I do know, for sure, is that the Zamka outpost... Oh, there's a build limit to the outposts as well. You can see down the bottom there. I'm guessing that bar fills the more stuff we put there. So maybe we might not actually be able to just like send everything to one spot and build everything on one planet. Okay. Can we move that? And can we just delete it? How do I just delete it? What if I don't want this to be an outpost? Because this planet's only got iron on it now. This was not a good planet to start this on. How do I undo that?
I'd be have done that a time or two.
Build, rename, remove outpost. Go away. Yes. Phew. Okay, right. So we need to go do some exploration, and we need to find some planets that have got better things on them. So then we can start building outposts. Preferably, I want to start building an outpost on a planet that has a vendor that's going to sell me the shit I need to build that said outpost as well. Because we are clearly not going to have half of the materials we need to build this. This is a bit of a puzzle in and of itself. Right, before we go exploring, I need to take a quick bathroom break. Entertain yourselves for 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'll be back in 2.
It's very quiet out in space. You would think there would be trumpets wherever you go.
Right, to infinity and beyond. Right. So this planet claimed to have loads of shit, but it didn't necessarily have loads of shit where we landed. It looked very much like we need copper and aluminium. Copper and aluminium becomes important to us. No, don't land here. I'm wondering, where is... I'm tempted to start building things here, you know. We got Mercury. Let's go explore our solar system. I want to explore our solar system. Set course to Mercury. I want to go explore our solar system. What resources does our solar system have available to us? We explored Earth the other day, and we realized that Earth was mighty pointless. We are on Mercury, or we are at Mercury. Let's do a little scan of Mercury. So Mercury has helium, it has aluminium, and it has neodymium. So this, in essence, could be a good one for us to build or to acquire some aluminium. A basic little setup for aluminium. Atmosphere, none. This will mean that we can't use wind power. But temperature is in Inferno, meaning that because the sun is here, right? Meaning we presumably can get a lot of power via solar. Does it also mean that if we land on here, we die without a pack? We've got aluminium for days. Craters. There doesn't appear to be anything on this, but we haven't really researched it. Let's go here. There's helium here. There's aluminium here. Big plot of aluminium. Let's see if we go land on Mercury in here. Are we going to instantly die? Because we are sat on the sun. Before we get out, I want to check my spacesuit. We have thermal resistance of 40, which I guess that's good. Plus 25 thermal resistance, so maybe we should be okay. We're not going to instantly get cooked. $394 degrees temperature. That's pretty hot. Solar radiation is outrageous. Extreme ambient heat is the two planetary conditions. We're about to get invaded by pirates. Great. People have been here, though. Neodymium. Aluminum. There's a structure. There's a mining thing somewhere. There's a ship landing site. Go investigate what's going on over here. It makes sense to me to explore our home first. We explored Earth a little bit. Neodymium? I don't know how you pronounce all of these. There's a helium vent, look. Right, surveyed the planet. let's go see who's kicking about up here. Varun Zealots. Oh, shit. Ah, you can jump too, can you? Okay. Well, they peaced out. I didn't realise you can pick things up with E. I'm 20 hours into the game and I've only just realised you can pick things up with E. Press and hold E. Yoink. Wow. Sometimes. See you later, sucker. Where's the other dude? Okay. Can we fast travel to our ship, please? You're carrying too much and can't fast travel? Again? Again? Now also, apparently, this is only an apparently, within a certain distance of your ship, you're meant to be able to access its inventory. But it is not clear how close you need to be. But I equally don't know how you do it. I'm wondering if one of these options is going to change when we're in range. Ship. Inspect crew cargo hold. So okay. Take items. So I can grab stuff from my ship when I'm not on it. Very handy. Okay. So in theory that works two ways. If I go... Now the problem is my ship is full. But cargo hold, inventory. This is my inventory. Weapons. Oh, look. Now I get the ability to store it. E. Containers at max capacity. So there is the ability to quickly put stuff in your ship. Now the question is how close do I have to be to my ship for that to happen? I mean, I can literally, it's like there right now. Whoops, wrong button. How far do I have to be from the ship for that to still be a thing? I need a shipyard, and we need to upgrade our storage on our ship. Or we just need to build and buy a bigger ship. Because that will allow us to do more exploration. And that exploration will allow me to loot and pillage. And have space to put stuff. Because at the moment, we don't have either. And this happens. I'm encumbered all the time. And it's a painful process. So distracted by squirrels. It makes it so hard to do anything. Right, so that was Mercury. Does anybody know where a good shipyard is? There's a little ship symbol there. I don't know why there's a little ship symbol. I don't know what these little ship symbols mean. There's a bounty on me? Oh dear. Residential district, commercial district, New Atlantis. Is there not a shipyard at New Atlantis? Oh. Wasn't this the ship, dude? Ship services technician.
Spaceport has been evac'd. We can still take care of your ship. Just don't linger.
Let me see what ships you have for sale.
You like?
We have 48,600 credits. Which is not even enough to buy this Rambler. Galileo has a storage capacity of only 200 and is way more expensive than ours. Gladius is 64,000 credits and still only has a cargo capacity of 200. Now the Shieldbreaker, 237,000 credits, but has a cargo capacity of 2,280. Now that's more to my liking, but we cannot afford it. This is our little ship for comparison that has a cargo of 450 that is already overweight and has a value of less than 10,000 credits. And we have one ship. So maybe we are going to need to upgrade our ship. I'd like to view and modify my ships.
Sure, have at it.
Can we add some more cargo to our ship? Inspect ship builder, B. Is it going to be ship builder or is it going to be upgrade ship? See what E does for upgrade ship. Can we upgrade... Oh, okay, so this is the stats for it. So, weapon 1, weapon 2, engine, shields, and grav drives. EMP-80 suppressor. So we've got cannon, auto cannon, suppressors, lasers, range 1,000, flare laser, pulse laser, missile launchers, disruptor electron beams. Your ship's weapons affect enemy ships differently in combat, depending on the damage type used. Energy affects the shields, ballistic affects the hull, and EM affects the systems. Lots of electron beams, pulse lasers, missile launchers, EMP suppressors. We can change our engines. Oh, the only option we have is White Dwarf engine. We can upgrade our shields a little bit more. Grav drive, I guess, is how far we can blast, right? Class A, max power 8, grav drum thrust 13, health and hull. Upgrade to okay, we can't upgrade. So probably ship builder we want. So where's our storage then? What denotes our storage? If we pull this out here, can we add cargo holds? Oh, these then require starship design. 320, 435, 585. That's the one we want. Damn. 10T hauler cargo holds. 320 cargo. 1400 credits. Where does it go? Oh, then that's got nowhere to go. Oh, so I guess this is what defines the limitations, right? So there's only so many places by the looks of things I can put items. Is there a storage solution? Get a middle piece between the... yeah, this is it. If I put another middle piece in the middle here, then we can just stick on some storage on the side of it, right? So if we add another... is it going to be like bays? That's a landing bay. Cockpits. Dockers. Like here? Maybe? Boom. Right, move you out the way. Give us a big long neck piece. Boom. Put you on there. And then we stick a bunch of these on here. I want to... can I... options, left control. Undo, redo, duplicate. Variants. Where was the duplicate button? What if I want to add another one of those on top of it? And then another one. What? Just go on the top there. Why can't that go? Is that maybe because that's in the way? It seems to let me select 2 sometimes. This is the most unintuitive building system I think I've ever experienced in any game ever. Why does it snap to the bottom one? Why can't I snap it to any of the other ones? What are these? These are leg things. No, why is it now moving both of them? You connect on there. No, now you can't because you're in the way. Oh, Lord. Right, you go there. Right, what is this? Right, delete that. What is this? Is that a loading bay? No, Nova Habitat modules. I guess it's a habitat, right? One of those. Right, you go on there. You go on there. You go here. You go here. Where did the other leg go? You go here. And then in the middle, we're going to have lots of storage. That storage looks gross though. So maybe we get some storage that looks nicer than that. So let's delete that one. Cargo. Right, like that. That should be a lot more storage, right? One warning. Flight check C. Reduce mass or add engines to improve mobility. Add engines. Okay. What have we got already? Nova 1000 engine. Engine thrust, maneuvering thrust, class, power. That, I presume, has to stick out the back, right? Has to be connected to a reactor. Can we just remove these? Remove that. Add another one of those. Flip it. Stick it. Delete that. Delete that. Are we upgraded now? Flight check. Ship contains modules that exceed the reactor class. Need more grav jump thrust. The ship is too heavy to grav jump. Reduce the mass or increase the grav jump thrust. Okay, now. So this thing, right? That's the no grav drive. We need a better grav drive now. What is this one? NG 160. Now this is an NG 200. What's the difference? Class A, max power 8. Class B, max power 10. Flight check. Ship contains modules that exceed reactor class. Haven't we just fixed that? Reactor class. Is this what's here? Reactor class A. Well, if we want to swap out the reactor then. It's starting to get remarkably expensive. What is this one? 340T? No. .330 Stellaris reactor. Flight check. I don't know what this means. Modules that exceed reactor class. What are you talking about? Class A, Class B, Class B, Class B. Do we need Class A of these? Ship has too few engines. Ship is missing a grav drive. So... grav drive. Class A. These are all Class A. Then this one goes to Class B. Maybe. Okay. Let's have an R1000 grav drive then. Now what's your error? Too few engines. Are we now good? Reduce mass or add engines. Well, we can't attach more than two. Oh, this whole thing is mighty frustrating. I'm not gonna lie. The building of this shit business, especially considering how infrequently have we gone too big here? Reduce mass or add engines to improve stability or mobility. Do I care about it? Cancel the modification. So this is what we started with. All of this because I wanted more storage. So we have a reactor, we have a grav drive, we have two engines on the side. Pulse laser. Pulse laser. Is there a replacement for one of these? Oh, we've got the landing bay. Can we just replace this with a bigger one of those? A 3x1. Hello, game. It won't let me buy one. What? Yeah, I know I can't place it there. There we go. And if we go around this side, we put you there, and then we can squeeze some more storage on the sides here, right? Surely. And some storage on the top. And this we just delete. We shouldn't have to upgrade too much, I think. Cargo. Put that there. Now what's our warning about? Reduce mass or add engines. Oh, I think I just don't care about that. I think I just genuinely don't care. G, duplicate it, then flip it, and then stick it on the other side. White Dwarf 2000s. Engines. White Dwarf 2010s. Reduce mass or add engines. Oh, we've just upgraded the engines! I don't know where I'm meant to put more engines. Do we just ignore the warning? Jump range now only 17 light years. So we now can't even jump as far as we could before, but it has 900 cargo storage. For what fundamentally is a fast travel, menu hopping doesn't really make all of that much of a difference. This is a very odd thing to have in this game. So I'm guessing the extra weight that is caused by these. Do we need more power, or do we need more thrust, or what is it we need? Reduce mass or add engines. Well, what's the next one up from these then? These are like some of the biggest, most powerful engines there is. And then these go class B, so then it complains even further. Can we add another reactor out the back? Can we go too wide? Still an error. Only one reactor is allowed. This is just not worth the time or the effort even trying to figure this shit out. How can I have nearly the most powerful engines and all I did was add 2 cargo bays and now it complains at me? I don't see how I'm meant to make it any better. Nominal. I don't care. I'm going to ignore the warning. Screw you, game. Enter accept. Well, that cost us 11,000 credits. But apparently, we should now be able to store more shit in it. Let's take a look at her. We moved her legs forward. We added a big Hoonin storage on the side. So now, in theory, can we dump all of our stuff in here and not have... Has it changed the look of the inside anywhat? I think it kind of has. Does it look different now? Whoa, 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 whoa. Not only does it look different now.
Hello.
Is all my stuff still here?
Where are we going? What are we doing? What's next?
All of the things that was in my ship previously. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. All of the stuff that I just dumped in the floor, it put it in the storage. So I've upgraded my ship from like 250 like 450 storage to 900. And actually all it's done is it's taken all of the stuff that I just thrown on the floor and it's put it in the storage. Ah. So I haven't really now got much more stuff anyway. Okay. I'm now at 875 out of 900. I spent 11,000 credits to fundamentally gain nothing. That seems to be the state of this game. Okay. There's clearly a bunch of shit in here that I should be selling. All of these weapons and stuff I should just be selling. As we're in the starport, does that not mean that I can go speak to a vendor somewhere close and sell a bunch of this stuff? Can I, in theory, talk to you and sell stuff from my ship to you? The Trade Authority kiosk. This is only stuff I have. Sell from Frontier, look. Buy items, sell items from Frontier. That is stupidly not clear that that's how that works. Okay. Now, I presumably can only sell stuff for 5,000 credits worth of value at a time, since he only has a limited amount of vendor credits. Okay, so now he's run out of credits. Okay, so this is going to be our drop-off point where we end up vendoring most of the stuff we pick up. Now that also should have, in theory, massively fixed our storage problem. I hope.
Good to see you.
Not by much. We've, okay. My inventory is at 119 out of 235. My ship has 821 out of 900. That's because it's still got a lot of spacesuits. It's the spacesuits, I think, that are heavy. Okay. Last quick test. Because Mr. Ship Selling Dude had mad money on him. Are you only going to let me sell you ships?
Whatever you need, we'll have to make it fast.
Okay. Where did you say I could
Just
sell
check out the
things?
Trade Authority kiosk next to my booth. Otherwise, there's Jemison Mercantile further in.
Let me
I'm
see
sure you can
what
find
you
something
have
you
for
like.
sale. Okay, so I can't steal his credits, but apparently there's something further down here.
You will be scanned as you enter the city.
Hotel and shopping. Jemison Mercantile.
I am not a star.
If it belongs on your ship, then I'm sure we have it for sale. Hi there! Thanks for stopping in. Feel free to look around. I can take care of transactions, and if you've got questions, just ask.
Buy my shit. Buy all of my shit.
Oh, please, take a look.
You've got 6,000 vendor credits. So, buy, sell from Frontier. Genius. Why does the game not tell you this stuff? Why do you have to accidentally find out that this is a thing? So now, Selling from Frontier. Let's sell all of these extra bonus helmets that I've randomly picked up and never actually done anything with. Beautiful. Spacesuits. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So I now have 119 out of 235. Okay, it doesn't show me what the mass of my ship is from this interface. What does this person have for sale? An ace sidearm, a cutter. They have spacesuits themselves. Are these not maybe the spacesuits I've just sold them? This is clearly the stuff I've just sold them, right? Resources, miscellaneous, digipicks. Why has this got a little magnifying glass on it? That's got to mean something. And this one, copper. Structural material. Why has this got... Is that maybe an indication that we need that for research or something?
Thanks for coming in.
Okay. Well, this is also then another place I can quickly come back to and cash out some of the loot that we pillage. Wow, 20 hours into the game and I'm only just ever so slightly getting to grips with how to just do general inventory management. This game is a... a beast. So now if I take a look in the storage for my ship,
Yes, infallible.
we should have a lot... Oh no, hang on, wrong way.
Glad to see you're back.
We should have a lot more space available to us. Some. 741. We still have 10 weapons, 4 spacesuits, 7 packs, 1 helmet. But predominantly lots of resources by the looks of things. All of this miscellaneous stuff we should just sell. I don't know why I've got half of this. Okay. Still don't know what this little magnifying glass means. Okay. Inventory management is somewhat fixed on a temporary basis, meaning I can get back to doing what I was actually trying to do, which was do a little bit of exploration and potentially set up some outposting. So let's get back into space. Okay. I think we're getting somewhere. It's pretty incredible to me how laboursome the most simple of things feel, but it's what's going on here? Go away. Right. Let's get back to... We explored Mercury last time, didn't we? Let's pan out of here. Back over to Sol, which is our main one. We have... So, Mercury has been fully surveyed. What's next on the list? Venus? Let's go explore Venus. Set course for Venus. Abandoned pharmaceuticals lab. Set course for Venus then. Go gadget.
I hear Constellation has been connected
Okay. There's a satellite beacon. Right, Venus. What's on Venus then? Water, nickel, lead, cobalt, and there's dysprosium, whatever the flippity doodah that is. It's still super hot, no surprises there. Extra CO2 in the atmosphere, don't know what that means. Magnetosphere, none. Fauna, none. Flora, none. Water, none. Presumably due to it being an inferno. But if we need any of this stuff at any point, we can seemingly get lots of it. Rocky desert. Let's go to this abandoned pharmaceuticals lab. Let's go and investigate what's in here. I mean, who knew that Venus would have a landing pad for us?
Another dead rock. Plenty of them in the Starfield.
Have you ever landed on an unmarked location and discovered something? Yeah, you can do. The way that the game works is when you land on a planet, they're procedurally generated. So the chances are is that it will spawn in a couple of things in your save of the game, meaning that your save might end up looking different to somebody else's. But you can go and explore and find things. Now, you're probably not going to accidentally stumble across like a winning lottery ticket, but you know, you will discover some things. Right, it's clearly a dude up there. What is in this area then? What's the gravity like over here? Okay, this feels relatively normal. There is 1 of 5 resources available on this planet. We are yet to find all of them. Or any of them, to be fair. That is a level 14 Varun Zealot. We'll introduce ourselves in a minute. By in a minute, I mean now. Just like that. There's a dude up here somewhere. He's not quite dead. I think he bled out. Oh, snap. With all the acid and hot liquid iron rain, Venus ain't the place to be. Maybe not, but it's not that unpleasant for us to be here right now. Blow up a few things just so we don't accidentally blow up ourselves later. Russia landed the Venera 9 lander and transmitted data for 53 minutes after landing on Venus in October 22nd, 1975. After that, it melted. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. There's clearly things inside. We'll get inside in a minute. Okay, there's something over there. There's something over that way as well.
And to scanning we go.
Circuit board, yoink, yoink, yoink. Now that I'm slowly figuring out where we can drop off all of our stuff and vendor a bunch of shit, I start to feel as if I can a little bit more liberally just pick up things without too much worry. We'll just loot everybody and everything and then just sell it. That's been, like, inventory management in this game has been a massive bugbear for the first 20 hours. Maybe it just needed me to take, you know, an hour out of my day to try and figure out what the crap was going on with it. Lock is too difficult? Oh dear, expert lock. Wakey wakey. Ouch. Blasted. It's got to be fun to blow those up, right?
Just run.
Okay, well, let's explore in here first before we go over there. What are you? A slug. A heat leech. Cooked. Three of them just looking at me. Anti-personnel shotty is equipped. I want to modify this because it just looks really cool. Rare laser rifle. I forgot we picked this up. We got that by nuking... What's his face? I've got 2 skill points I need to spend as well. I'm desperately trying to remember a keybind to do something, and I can't remember what it is. Oh, baby. Okay, let's go in with this thing. Whoa! Ah, for the love of God. He was literally on the other side of the door. How was I meant to know? What was I meant to do? He just nuked me. Son of a... Okay. Does that mean all of that has gone to shit? Because I don't press F5 anywhere near enough. Yeah, sure. Unrestrained vengeance is on 4. Okay. Okay, that's a fun weapon. I like the fact it somehow sees through walls. That's pretty handy. The reality is it's still not as good as this one. He's got to be dead by now. Oh, what? Shatterbrating calibrated solstice? What the truck? It has the Disassembler perk, 20% damage against robots, radioactive, randomly deals radioactive damage and demoralizes the target. Shattering, break through even the strongest armor. Oh, well, that's kind of cool. That's pretty funky. Med theft. %30 damage whilst in space and minus 15% damage on a planet. Chance that humans drop extra med packs on death. Okay. Right, that can go in place of our Deadeye for the moment. Should we try that weapon out? Now, can we maybe get in here without getting blasted this time? I forgot how airlocks work. Oops. Let me in. Okay, now. Okay, it's good, but it's not great.
Just run. Not my day.
Where's he gone? Oh, he's there. Oh! Smoked! I swear I wasn't that low on health. Okay. Maybe we keep our distance then.
Hit the deck. Get to the ship. We have a chance.
I am in doo-doo for health again. Do I not have... I've got a trauma pack. I'll use that. Ooh, that should be everybody. Everybody in here. Can't. There's got to be something of big value in here. Really. Got to be. Got to be some good stuff, surely. Veterans calibrated star roamer. Credits, impact grenade. Veterans calibrated star roamer spacesuit, rare. 15% damage from human enemies. I mean, we take it. Where's the big payout? There's got to be a big payout in here somewhere. What's on the computer? Progress report. We believe that properties of the cavern have led to fungal growth with medicinal properties, while spores consumed in the cave appear to dramatically reduce inflammation. The task of making this a viable commercial product can't be proceeded until we can find some way to stabilize the properties. The creatures that live in the cave must be kept alive. Our current working theory is that they interact with the spores in some way to create an ecosystem scaffold that allows for the properties we've observed. Whether or not we can recreate that ecosystem in an industrial setting remains to be seen. Okay. Oh, there's a safe. Expert unlock. Can we, we've got 2 skill points. Security. Pick 5 locks. Oh no. We should have picked this up way earlier then if we need to pick 5 locks. That's a shame. We do have 2 skill points though. Do we want to put some more points in here somewhere? What do we need? Astrophysics. You can scan the moons of your current planet. You have a 10% chance to discover a trait when scanning. Alright. I haven't quite figured out what planet traits really mean. I'm sure we'll get to that eventually. Chemistry, you can create improved chems and research additional chemicals at the research lab. Outpost engineering, you can construct improved outpost modules and research additional modules at the research lab. This was actually one that I've seen. Yeah, if we want to research more, considering we are we spec'd into like research to begin with. Spacesuit design we need. We probably want to unlock things that are going to allow us to research more. We need to spend 4 more points within science before we can unlock the master science skills, which are neuronic fusion. Possible to maximize a ship's energy output by specifically directing the unique nuclear processes that occur within its reactor. In other words, ship reactors produce 1 extra unit of power. Oh, great. Boring. Planetary habitation. You can build outposts on planets with extreme temperatures, either deep freeze and inferno. Increases the maximum number of outposts you can build by 4. By 4, by 8, by 12. So we can build up to 16 additional outposts if we learn this one, which is going to definitely be helpful. Every rank is going to give us the ability to build outposts on more weird and wacky planets. Maybe we're going to need this a lot if it comes to getting the rarer materials eventually. Zoology. Get more common organic resources from creatures and harvest them without harming them. Learn additional info about them from the scanner and allow you to produce animal resources at your outposts. Okay, I don't know where I want to spend those points if I'm honest. I was going to spend them in lock picking, but I need to pick more basic locks first apparently. Right, what's in this building over here? I want to preferably not get into too much of a firefight again if I can get away with it, or I need to get some health. Space Adept model. Oh, that's that laser rifle. Picked this up last time, didn't we? Deep Seeker skip pack, loads of value, loads of value. Med pack, beautiful, use that straight away. Is that another med pack? That's an amp. Oh, what's Sam? Nearly shot Sam in the back of the head then. I'm sure he'd have liked that. Okay. Oh, hello. Alright, there's one more in there somewhere. See if we sneaky round the back. The Great Serpent, you say? Whoa! Weapon workbench. There's nothing here. Let's get in here then. Open door, please. Hey, we found some cheese. Happy. Chat will be pleased. Right, go on, be something good in these lockers. Oh, we got to unlock this one. Oh, good. This counts towards our lockpicking. This is 4. Can't go there. Okay, this has to go on the inside. If it goes on the inside, it can go there. This one goes there. Meaning if this one goes there, we need 2 close together and nothing else for the outside. Which means it can only be that one. But that one doesn't fit there. So presumably that doesn't go on the outside, meaning that's got to go on the inside as well. Or just not be used. Which seems more likely to be the case. So that one doesn't get used. One, two, three, four, five, 6 on the outside. That can go there, and then we need one with 2, presumably that one. Which goes on the outside there. Right, you go in there. You go in there. You go there. And you go there. Boom. We're in! You don't have a Patreon command? I thought I did. I'm pretty sure I did. There's actually a very strong chance that Streamlabs isn't here. Which could be why. Slimy sucker. Cartridges, another amp, some sealant, helmet, yoink, weapon, ooh, explorer's coachman, shotgun. Bum bum. See, now I don't worry anywhere near as much about just picking up everything. Oh, hello. Where are we going now? Maybe I'm starting to care about picking up everything. Let me transfer some stuff to my ship real quick. Now, how did I do that? I can't remember. We go... No, how did I do it? We tab, we go ship, we go cargo hold, we go inventory, then we go dumb stuff like weapons, and we transfer all of the store, all of them are we do that, and then we go spacesuits, and we go that. Packs, that one, that one, that one, that one. And then we go resources, and we go store all resources. Okay. And then our ship is wham full. 885 out of 900. But I don't care, because I'm not. Haha. Genius. See if you can let you. See, Streamlabs is a little bit of a fickle beast. Streamlabs works whenever Streamlabs decides to work, and I've never quite understood why. Sometimes Streamlabs is here, and then sometimes Streamlabs is not. I really, really, really don't understand. I'm sure there's some way I can give you access to Streamlabs. There must be. I can't believe they wouldn't have built something like that into their shared access. Add or manage users to access your account. Yeah, I'm sure it's possible. Cloudbot, recent events, media share. Just give me your stream key. Yeah, sure. Click the button, Jack. Click the button. That should work. We'll see. We'll see if that works. Right. Let me finish exploring this planet then. Now, apparently, they said something about keeping the things down here alive, but I don't agree with that quite so much. Alive is kind of like, alright. Let's, that's the way we do it. Doing in the wall there, Sam. Bank card, credit card details as well. I mean, there's not much on it. Trust me, if you think you're going to open it and find millions, you are mistaken. Oh, that's an expert lock again. Keep finding expert locks that I can't do anything with. Hang on, we need a flashlight down here, don't we? Let's go this way.
Caves can be a real good place to hole up.
It's interesting because there's seemingly no reason for me to be here other than purely exploration reasons. Toxic gas. Why do they sound like they're ticking and they're going to go boom? What is that? Oh, it's just cobalt. God, there's got to be like some really juicy goodies down here somewhere. Did we explore this a little bit? What's this? Icky worm.
Life in all its messy, wee splendor.
Hey up. Hey up. Here we go. Knew there'd be some in here. Another space suit. Corrosive resistance. Credits, digipicks, some lithium. Take all. Ship repair fundamentals. It's good to know. Right, I'm going to go by the assumption that that's the big win here. I can't imagine there's much else that's of value here. Let's head back to the ship then. Let's call this place explored.
I keep wondering if one day some explorer's gonna find alien writing in a cave like this.
We should. No, hang on. System F1? Oh. B status. Hang on. Ship. Oh, I was hoping we could fast travel to ship here. You cannot fast travel from this location. Alright, sure. I get it. I get it. Okay. Now we can fast travel to ship, surely? I don't know what that did. Was my ship damaged? Not particularly sure. Okay, did we actually fully explore the place? No, we've only found 2 out of 5 resources and we don't have access to any of the traits. So, how do we go about doing that? We've explored this place pretty thoroughly. Do we maybe try somewhere where there's some other stuff we might be able to find? The hills. There's cobalt in them near hills. Should we just go the other side of the planet? Pick a random spot. See what's up.
Ta-da!
Ta-da!
We've arrived!
Right, exit ship. Quick pee break! Okay, right. Streamlabs is a bit dead. Yeah, for some reason Streamlabs like has a mind of its own. Sometimes it likes to join and say hi, and then some days it just doesn't, and I don't really know why. Cloudbot is theoretically on, meaning it should be here. Meaning all the commands and stuff should work. Yeah, sometimes he turns up, sometimes he does not. I've rarely been able to figure out what causes him to say hi and what causes him not to say hi. Okay. We've only found 2 out of the 5 resources. There's not a lot around here. Maybe we head over to whatever this is. There's a vast amount of nothing on this planet. Hang on, what we got going on over here? Okay, we found some cobalt. Found some lead. Oh, here's the fancy one. Right, one more to find. There's nickel. There it is. Five out of 5. Why do we only have 93% surveyed? Confused. Let me quickly fix this. Unexplored geophysical feature. Casual rock pile. Uranium and lead in the rock pile. Colossal shards? Massive uplift through brittle strata creates a basin where hot springs merge into pools. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. So what's that trait do for us, though? Active faulting. Means so little to me right now. I'm sure all of these things have sort of some meaning or some value, but it's very difficult to figure out. Well, either way, that's Venus explored. We know what's on Venus. Did you know that Cloudbot was turned off in Streamlabs? Yeah, it turns itself off occasionally, and I don't know why. I think it's predominantly because it requires me to log into it frequently for it to still do its thing. So I don't actually know. Is he back now? It's back. Right. Right, Venus. Fully surveyed. Mercury, Venus. Oh, then it's us, isn't it? It's Earth. We've fully surveyed Earth. Mars? Where's Mars? We are yet to fully survey Mars. Right, I think we know where we're going then. Cydonia was explored. Speak with Trevor. Mars launch pad. Mars mech factory we explored. We didn't explore the fracking station on Mars, of which there's a couple of them. There's a quest here to speak with Trevor. Let's go and have a look. Yeah, I need to update a few of those things within Streamlabs. On the basis of that I don't strictly have just one YouTube channel anymore. The problem is I don't have fancy URLs for my other channels because they're too small. But like the VOD channel, for example, I think would be more useful to link to people, would also be useful for people. Offer to help Mitch Benjamin. There's also the launch pad over there. Where is this dude? Why is it telling me to check out my ship's inventory? Why do I need to do this on Mars? Huh? Cleaning up the links, making them smaller so it doesn't spam the whole chat for lurkers.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I've tried to have it so that it only shows them quite infrequently. I don't know what it's trying to tell me to do. I want to go explore Mars. See, this is cool, because Mars has clearly been inhabited quite sufficiently. There's genuinely quite a lot to explore on Mars by the looks of things.
Huh.
Ship
Space
service
one has to defend.
technician.
We can still take care of your ship. Just don't linger.
What have you got for sale?
I'm sure you can find something you like.
Oh. That's a ship. 2,375 cargo capacity. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Mars is always the place we humans say we'd populate and build up first as our launching pad for the rest of the solar system. Now, not to get too deep, but we got to get off this planet within the next few hundred years, surely. Because I can't foresee this planet like being too friendly to us for very much longer. 1,460 cargo capacity. Yeah. 83,000 in value. We don't have 83,000 yet. We have 54. 112,000. What's so fancy about this? Has a lot of fuel, can go 25 light years in one go. I guess this can go 26 light years. So I'm guessing the more cargo heavy ones, apart from this thing, this is just a monster from all angles. It's gold. The Marathon. We're gonna have to figure out some way to vastly increase the amount of credits that we have if we ever want to be buying any of these ships, aren't we? Can we get in this building? Apparently not. Restricted area. Mining colony of Cydonia. So that's where they're working on the ship, look. That's quite cool. What'd be really cool is if we could just stroll up and yoink this. You're mine now. Long damage gained? Hello? Water, chlorine, lead, something else that I can't pronounce. Travel to this fracking station, see what's on this fracking station. Give myself lung cancer. Long damage prognosis poor. Sporadic O2 damage and detection event. Suit protection depleted. Okay, we're clearly not geared up for this planet. Can we suit up in a more sufficient way? We currently have no corrosion. Is that a better suit for us to wear? How do we know what's going to treat lung infection? Treatment for corrosion, I guess. Treatment for broken bones. Treatment for this thing. Lung damage cured. I don't know. Still taking some radiation poisoning or something. Right, so this is a fracking outpost. There's a miner.
Could really use a hand right now. Am I ever glad to see you? We need your help. We're performing some routine scans when a pack of the native wildlife decided that we'd make for a nice meal. We all got out of there as fast as we could. All of us except one. She must have gotten hurt in all the chaos. We need you to bring her back. Can you do this for us?
Give me the money. Lucky for you, I'm an expert lost person tracker downer.
I can't believe we ran into you. Thank you so much. Right. Back to it.
Right, where's this lost unsavory soul then? Of course they're like 700 miles that way. Because nothing could be close, right?
Hope you find what you're looking for.
Right, let's find some lead out here. Found some lead. Storage box. Stealing? How is this stealing? We're on arse end of nowhere. Take the adhesive though. Yoink. There's some H2O. Let's go explore this. Hypercatalyst? Yoink. I think yoink is my favourite word playing this game. Tends to get a lot of action, does the old yoink. Storage crate. Space trucker, space helmet. Don't mind if I do, thank you very much. Another storage crate, storage box that it's going to consider theft if we yoink it. What's in it though? A navigator pack. Nah, it's not worth the hassle. 68 credits, not worth the hassle either. Don't want as a record just for 68 credits. Alright. Oh, what's this? This is a 4-star. Boom. That's got to be money. how do we go about getting in this cave? Who's that down there? Colonist? Oi, fella.
I can't take photos of people. Sorry. Don't breathe. Shh. There. I got it. Oh, beautiful shot.
Got anything to trade by
I have
chance?
some things, but probably nothing you want. Take a look.
What have you got then? Some ammo. Some healing shit. Some bandages. All the kind of stuff I should have probably picked up. Heal gel? Med packs. I feel as if I should buy the med packs. I'm always running out of med packs. No, that was it. Right. Right, found chlorine. Into the cave we go. Right, let's find this miner then. It's in the rock pile. Uranium and iron.
I hope this works. That's much better. Thank you. Let's stick together. I'll follow your lead.
Why do I sense that you are going to cause me problems? There's no way this is going to just be easy business, is it? Not a chance. She's going to fall over and break a leg or do something silly. I guess my question is, can we just fast travel there? Or is that... Or am I going to break everything by fast traveling? Oh my god. It worked.
I'd clear out of here if I were you. Things can get dicey during a blast if you're not used to it.
No reward, no payment, no love, no credits. Give me them dits.
Hey, how's it?
Money, that's how's it.
We may not employ particle detonations all day, but there's always work to do here.
Hope you're not looking for anything fancy. I only carry the basics. You're back. Thank you so much for taking care of our friend. Here, this is yours. Wouldn't want you to leave empty-handed.
4,000 credits. Now we're talking cash monies. Cash monies.
We've got a lot of work to do, which we can't really get to while you're still here. It's not safe.
Right, that looks to be the majority of what's worth in
Can't
here.
wait to head back to Sidonia and get some shine.
I'm gonna go by the assumption that that's mostly Mars. Although we are missing one of the resources still. We still haven't found something. What's the something we haven't found? We haven't strictly explored everywhere possible, but... we found lead, we found chlorine, we found water. This stuff is what we're missing. Maybe we need to go somewhere specifically with it. Boom. Travel there. Go. Okay, that now considers it 86% surveyed.
Find anything?
There's a structure 300 meters this way. Now I know trying to 100% explore everything seems probably like a fool's task, but at least for our home sort of home, is it galaxy? Whatever, it makes sense. Oh, hello. There's a lot of dead people. I guess, I'm guessing everybody's not meant to be dead, right?
Oh, I hope this place is tectonically sound.
How do we get 86% to be bigger than 86%? I guess we have to figure out some traits or something? Landing area explored. This fracking station, it doesn't claim to have been explored. Oh, is there... Oh, there's 2 fracking stations. That might be why. This is a landing station. So maybe we actually need to go to the other fracking station. I didn't even realise that there was 2. Landing area explored. Fracking station. Here we go. Boom. Exploration pays off, apparently. Four out of 4 resources, 2 unknown traits. Still says 86%. I have no idea why. I suspect that you have to go and find all of these things that claim to be unknown and then go look at them. And there'll be some good reason, like a natural thing. Is this maybe how you ultimately discover artifacts and stuff, I would guess? Peoples. Let's go say hi to the peoples.
This here's a particle fracking station, not a tourist destination.
Okay, sure. But you do have a storage chest with stuff in it that it is considered stealing. Okay. I am none the wiser to how I survey this planet any more than I already have to find the traits. Mars launch pad? Is that not considered explored? It didn't have the explored tag on it. Okay. Boom. Still 86%. It's weird, you know, because there seems to be lots of places to visit, lots of places to explore, but there's this weird kind of feeling of why. I mean, I guess that might be by design, because obviously then, you know, we are dealing in theory with space here, right? We're not meant to kind of have a solid reason for being everywhere. But from the perspective of a video game, sometimes it's nice to have some feeling of why. I mean, either way, it's pretty impressive that it's just here, you know? I mean, there is absolutely nothing here. There's a structure and a structure. What we got in there? That's the topic coolant. What's this then? Is this going to give me any percentage towards my surveying? 86 to beat. Oh shit, pirates.
Turn around and leave now.
Still doesn't, deserted UC listening post. Okay. Comms relay, yoink.
Hey, you're not supposed to be here.
Oh, there's another dude up my ass. Ow! Fuck off!
This is my favorite part.
Oh, another door we can't get into because we've got insufficient lockpicking. Ah, I didn't realise how just prominent lockpicking was going to be in this game. I should have picked that up from day one. Oh, he's going to go boom. Sheesh. Oh dear, the wife's calling. Please hold. See, this is why I don't play multiple games on stream. Wife called me, was like, yeah, I'm going to start making dinner. And I was like, what? Oh, it's nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Oops. This is what happens when I get distracted and it's Monday. Right, I guess we'll explore Mars, and then I will go and be a proper husband and sort some shit out and stop playing video games all day. Why'd you run away? Wow. This thing doesn't particularly run all that fantastic up close. It's weird, I almost want one of these to be locked so that I can have a go at it with a lock picking, but it's not. Okay. Okay. I'm not convinced Mars has got too much to show me. Oh, did we kill these dudes earlier? We did. Oh, sturdy pirate sniper spacesuit. Yoink. Hello? Where are you shooting? Because you can clearly see something I can't. I swear there was somebody this way. Yoink. We seem to be getting deeper and deeper into this little zone. There's gotta be something in here somewhere. Gotta be something we missed. There's a door. What's this? Some silver, some nickel. Oh! Lockpick. Just what I was looking for. I need some lockpick skill. Right, that one goes on the inside at best. It can theoretically go there. This one theoretically goes there. Although I think that one fits better. Which would mean that that one goes there. That's the outside. That one and that one on the outside. Now we've got to get this one on the go. That and that one, leaving 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. Let me in. Happy. Right, we didn't pick that lock for no reason. Give me something real juice. Wow. Like, basically nothing. Oh, okay. How about this door? Bogies. Here's the payload. Look, there he is. Don't shoot me yet, don't shoot me yet, don't shoot me yet. Boom! 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 Get fucked, pirate!
Oh, I'm great.
No action, and then all the action. One swift go. Exterminator's Assassin Calibrated Maelstrom. We've been using something similar to this. 30% damage against aliens, long barrel, short scope, suppressor, tactical grip. Not bad, we'll take it. Probably sell that one, to be honest, but we'll take it. The shotgun spam. See, sometimes you just gotta, you know. Sometimes you got science crate. Yoink. Combat knife, metabolic reagent. Yes, please. Yes, please. These are all crafting mats, but it means I don't have to buy them, which is good. Circuit board. Yoink. Yoink. Origins of species. Sure. Credits. Random Grendel. Nothing too shiny. Oh, an expert lock. And there's goodies in there, look. Ah. Need to do more lock picking. I guess this little adventure, these little exploration adventures will help us with our lock picking skill. Right, I kind of think that that's probably this little area about done. What's the odds that I'm massively overweight? I'm 323, and we can carry 235. Oops. This is what happens when you pick up everything. Now, the theory is that I can go cargo hold. I can go inventory. I can go weapons. And I can transfer all of this. No. Q. Okay, I'm too far away to actually transfer anything to it. Okay, so we're gonna actually have... Oh, emergency... Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's, Is this actually going to be a cheeky, speedy way out? If it is, I love it. A safe! Go on, you got to let me in the safe. Yes, let me in the safe. Right, this one doesn't work anywhere. This can be there, technically. Which will leave 3... 1, 2, 3. Now that doesn't work because there isn't one with 3. So that one must go on the inside. Does it fit somewhere on the inside? like there. That fits on the inside there. We need outside ones. 2, leaving a 1, 2, 3, 4. Something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. With a 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4 with a 1, 2. Now we've got to get in here. That fits there. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe this does fit here. Bingo was his name. Oh, I need one more lock to pick. And I must remember I'm meant to stop playing this game and go make dinner. Caseless, credits, med pack, modified Grendel. Not as lucrative as a save could be, but it's all good. I am desperately trying to get off Mars. This is the way we came. This is our way out. Alright, back to the ship. Back to the ship. We have, for the most part, explored as much as I feel necessary. We still have, for some reason, 16% to survey. I haven't found either of the traits of Mars yet. I don't know how we go about finding those. I guess we do just have to go and explore all of these things until they magically just appear. What are the penalties for being over encumbered? Well, number one, it restricts your ability to fast travel. And considering this game is pretty much a fast travel simulator, that's kind of annoying. Secondly, it means your oxygen depletion is much faster. If I was to sprint right now, my oxygen would just disappear, like, within seemingly seconds. So, that is problematic. Can I fast travel to the ship from here? Can I at least drop some stuff off? No. I'm still too far to drop stuff off. Yeah, see, my fat ass runs out of oxygen very quickly, and then my CO2 rises, and then we have a world of problems. We have to stand still and catch our breath again. My ship's over here somewhere, I think. Better be behind this rock. Whoa, radioactive gas. Oops, don't stand in the radioactive gas. Oh my god, why is my ship so far away? Why didn't we land somewhere close? Hang on. Sam, surely you can take some shit, right?
Carry anything you need.
Oh, you can carry some stuff. Good. Inventory. Weapons. Take some of this. In fact, take some spacesuits. Take one of them. Take one of them. One of them. One of them. One of them. Oh my god, we still need miles. Bingo. We're underway. Ship. Why can we now not? Okay, so now we go to the map. Now we go my ship, and we fast travel to the ship. Okay. Whew. Always take a companion with you. Let's now take off, and let's go sell a bunch of stuff. Now we're in space. We can go back to Alpha Centauri. And we go to... Where do we go? To Jemison. And we go... Where do we go? Commercial District? I think it was the commercial district. It's where the shipyard thing is. And from there we can sell most of our trash.
Life in all its many-colored glory.
Nope. That's not the place. Spaceport? This also doesn't feel right. No. Oh my god, am I even on the right planet? Oh dear. I need a flipping Word document just with, like, solar systems and planet names and shit to remind me where the hell I'm meant to be going. New Atlantis, that's where we're meant to be going. Yes, now we're talking. Right, so our ship's here. Now we talk to this trade authority thing. Oh, and this has no vendor credits? Oh, dear. Huh. Well, I guess we're screwed then. Well, if that's the case, save the game. Save the game, worry about it next time. Right, quick conclusion then. We are now level 18. We are moving up in the world slowly but surely. Another scenario of we've seemingly played the game for a few hours and achieved almost nothing. This does seem to be a bit of a pattern with this game, that it is a time sink. I mean, not quite as ridiculous as World of Warcraft, obviously, but this is definitely a time sink. The exploration side of this is going to, you know, take many, many, many days of your life if you allow it to. I'm going to leave it there for now. We'll be back again tomorrow. Tomorrow being Tuesday. Tuesday is, of course, going to be 10-1-7 launch day for Team NA. Not for us over on Team EU. We don't get it till Wednesday. So we might have one more day of this under our belt, Starfield, and then we might dip in to World of Warcraft on Wednesday. We will see. I've not totally decided. But thank you all for joining today. Hope you enjoyed. We'll be back tomorrow. Have yourselves a great day, and I'll catch you all next time. And Jack, cheers again for the the modding and the fixing my shit that I never get round to doing. So thank you very much. I'll see you all next time. Peace.